Good morning. Happy Tuesday, and I will now call this work session for September 6th, 2022 to order. We'll start with reading our Who Are We statement. We are the Polk County Leadership Governance Team. If we were to pick one phrase to define us, it would be student-centered, because when we come together to work, we lean on our diverse backgrounds and experiences to ensure that our decisions are focused on providing a high-quality education for all students. The four most important things to our governance team are operating with integrity, respecting our students, staff, families, and each other, establishing a culture where our stakeholders feel valued, supported, and have opportunities for personal and professional growth, and supporting an approach of continuous improvement to ensure student outcomes. Collectively, we need to work on behalf of the children we serve and find avenues of agreement so that we can govern the district in an effective manner. There is no acceptable alternative. We will always collaborate in a respectful manner in order to enhance opportunities for each student and staff member. We will not disparage others. Our students will thrive because we will remain committed to supporting the whole child. We hope to engage and empower our students and stakeholders to create a community of lifelong learners. And Superintendent Hyde, I will turn it over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, and community members, thank you for being here this morning for today's workshop. We're going to go ahead and get started. Our first group today, in keeping with, again, a new policy and procedure, is Big Brothers and Big Sisters. And as you know, each workshop meeting, we've taken the opportunity to invite at least two of our community partners. We believe that this is a great way to start and kick off one of our new strategic plan goal areas of engaging parents and community members. So at this time, it's my pleasure to bring Angie Patterson up to forward. And she has a guest with her, and you're welcome to use the microphone here at the table.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having us. We really appreciate our decades-long partnership with Polk County Public Schools. We want to tell you a little bit about us. I'm Angie Patterson. I'm the Partnership Director. I work only in Polk, and I brought with me my interim CEO, wave at us, Jennifer Libby, and she is over all 9 counties, and then I also have one of our bigs, Mia West, with me, which she'll talk to you more in a minute. So we just wanted to share a little bit about who we are. Our mission in the community is to create and support one-to-one mentoring relationships that ignite the power and promise of youth. And just like you want for all the kids in your life, and I'm hoping for all the kids in our district, right, that you would have all those youth to reach their fullest and highest potential. That's our vision as Big Brothers Big Sisters. So we are over 100 years old as Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we here in Polk are over 50 years old. We were started in 1970 by a retired teacher. And we cover 9 counties, all the way from Pinellas in Big Brothers Big Sisters Tampa Bay, all the way from Pinellas north to Gator Country, Marion and Alachua. We just took a couple of years ago those counties into our service area. We are diverse and inclusive. We follow Big Brothers Big Sisters of America has Jedi values, and that means that we are inclusive to all of our students, volunteers, children, and families that we work with, no matter what their life brings to them and no matter what their development brings along the way. So you wonder who our kids are. So we match our kids between the ages of 5 and 13. And that is not just those specific ages. We want them to stay matched well into their teenage years, into high school graduation, and even beyond through our Big Futures program. They can be matched with their big until age 25, which is really an amazing new thing that we had just a few years ago brought to our services. Many of our kids come from single-parent homes, living in some degree of poverty, most of them, but not all. And they face a variety of challenges. In the schools, they could be just facing bullying or peer pressure, or all the way to having a parent who's incarcerated, or parents who are getting divorced, or a lot of trauma happening in their home. Our 2021 highlights are that we have 59% of our kids are female, and that is not because we want to serve more girls than boys. That's not the case at all, but more women volunteer, hence I have a female big sitting next to me. And but we're always working on that to find more men to volunteer and serve the boys who definitely need those male role models. And then our demographics are that we serve 70% of our kids are kids of color. And our two programs are that we have a community-based program. If you've ever known someone who is a big or a little, they were probably in our community program, where you go to someone, you go to the little, you pick up the little at their home and do fun things in the community. Maybe you go to Bach Tower, or you go to Common Ground Park, or check out books from the library, whatever it is that you do together, low cost, no cost activities. We ask for a 15-month commitment from the volunteer for that long-term commitment in the beginning. And you can be a big couple, or you can do those, that mentoring in sports buddies is what it's called, and you can do sports activities together. And we have 94 matches in Polk, so 94 kids have mentors through the community-based program here in Polk. And then we have a site-based program, which we also refer to as our school-based program, which Mia is matched in, and actually I have a little in that program as well. And that's 53 matches. COVID hit us hard in the schools, with not being able to get into all schools last year, but hopefully we're going to make that happen this year. There are 53 matches in that program. We have our bigs go to the school. They spend an hour, lunch hour, and then some non-academic. Of course, I know we can't take them out of reading and math and those kind of things. We take them out of PE usually, or something adjacent to lunch. And they spend an hour together. My little and I, we like to, read books from the media center together, especially when she was younger. And she smokes me at Uno at least once a month. I bring games and we play together. And she's very outgoing. Since I'm also talkative, we're a great match. We do that pretty well. And she likes to jump rope and tell me about her week. So that's kind of an average day of what you would do in that hour together. So the schools that we have, I'm looking to see, I don't have my PowerPoint up there that I sent, but the schools that we have for that program are Highland City Elementary, Oscar J. Pope, Philip O'Brien, Southwest Elementary, Willow Oak and Mulberry, and Crystal Lake Elementary in Lakeland has a phenomenal partnership there. We were able to stay virtual during the pandemic and double the number of matches we had there during COVID. So it was really exciting. And we hope to get back into all of our schools in that way and to continue to have those great programs. Oh, there we go. I'm supposed to do it myself, aren't I? Okay. I'm going to catch myself up here. All right, so there's our schools. Can you guys see that now?
Good.
Oh, yay, okay. Awesome. Okay, I'm glad we got the pictures in time for this, because we just started last year doing school to work in our area in Polk. We have this in 4 counties, 100% graduation rate in this program for the kids in this program. Sophomores or juniors are pulled from their local high school and bused to a workplace once a month. It is a turnkey program for an organization or a company. You have 25 to 30 kids come to your workplace. They have a lunch, they have a soft skills workshop, and then they have one-to-one time with their big who works for that company. It's just a really incredible program. You can see here a picture. We're very proud of our City of Lakeland partnership from last year, and this is their visit because the Publix field is a city property. That was one of their field trips, was to that location. So great involvement there. You might recognize this big on this slide. He's a little bit high profile, Mayor Mutz. He is a big in our program with the city. And these are our other partners across the 4 counties. And we're very excited about all the kids that we've been able to reach through this program, and excited that this coming year we are going to reach even more students in Polk. Not 1 class, but 5 classes of 25 to 30 kids are going to be coming from local high schools. So we are having Bartow High School is going to the Polk County BOCC. We are having the 2nd year of the students coming from Lakeland High School to the City of Lakeland. We're having Lake Gibson High School going to City of Lakeland, a new class of juniors. And then we're having a class from Mulberry High School. I was actually at Mulberry High School last week recruiting the kids and interviewing kids at Mulberry High School. There's already 29 ready to come into the district office at Polk County Schools with the staff and Superintendent Height. And then we have George Jenkins High School coming to Jim Miles, this very building that we're sitting in right now. So we are extremely excited. You can see all the fun field trips that the City of Lakeland partners got to go on last year, airport, all kinds of cool things, CSI lab. They had some really cool workshops for them. So what does all of those programs do for our kids? I know that's what you want to know. It is cool. All the warm fuzzies are amazing, and all the cool field trips they got to go on. but it really has hardcore outcomes that we are able to present in these kids' lives. Things that I know you're focused on, like better attendance and better grades and getting to that next grade level and just having better relationships with their teachers. It keeps them out of trouble. It keeps them out of juvenile justice. It keeps them out of risky behaviors. And it also helps them develop a bigger sense of their future and better relationships with their peers and their parents and others. So in 2021, these are some of our Polk County specific statistics. 93% were promoted to the next grade level, which is like, these are the money numbers, right? They're amazing. We are so proud of the kids that we have in our program here. 93% improving attendance, improving their subject that they have the most trouble with. 91% had better behavior, and 97%, again, no involvement with juvenile justice. So we want to thank you for this decades-long partnership that we've had together and between Big Brothers Big Sisters of Tampa Bay and Polk County Schools, and as you can see, it is just getting bigger and better through all of the connections that we've been able to make, and we have great hopes ahead, maybe to be, I think Superintendent Hyde said, in every high school with school to work and workplace mentoring. We're 5 down. We'll keep going, right? And I want to introduce to you now Mia West, who has a little, she was matched with her little actually at Philip O'Brien, but I'll let you tell the story.
So Haley and I were matched just before the pandemic happened. We didn't get much time in the school before we were virtual, and we've done that now for 2 years. But I am happy to say that I got to see her just this morning for the first time in many years at her school. She's at Carlton Palmore now. And we had a wonderful visit. She is not what you would think of maybe as a typically served little sister in Big Brothers Big Sisters. She doesn't have huge disadvantages in her life. She has a good, stable home. She has what she needs resource-wise. She's an amazing student. I am super fortunate to be able to just encourage and build up those skills, interests, really the soft skills. We work on peer relationships. We work on her relationships with her teachers and her family, and we do that through fun stuff, through games. We do storytelling. We talk about reading and art a lot. She is an amazing artist, and she kind of has me hooked on a series of books. So she's a great kid, and I'm very fortunate to be able to work for a company that allows me the time to go into the school and spend time with a wonderful young lady like she is. I do a lot of volunteering, not just with Big Brothers, but Big Sisters, and I enjoy my time in the school system, particularly in my children's schools and in the music programs. Those volunteer times are for my kids, their peers, their teachers, the schools. My time with Big Brothers Big Sisters and with Haley, it's as much for me as it is for her. It is my time that I get to spend with this kid who I just know is going to do amazing things. She's a great, unique kid. And so I'm thankful for the partnership that Big Brothers and Big Sisters has with Polk County Schools, and that you allow us to be in the lives of these kids.
Thank you, Mia. We thank you guys so much for your time today and for this amazing partnership.
Ms. Miller?
Oh, yes.
I do know someone who's done this for like 20 years in our school, specifically with Code Cumbie Academy.
Yes.
Code Academy. I would love to know, like, is there a place, do you gather once a year where we could come and talk to not only the Big Brothers and Big Sisters, but is there any kind of gatherings that we could go to help thank these people for doing this?
Sure.
And also, is it easy for people to find this? Can they go on our website and find you, or do they have to go specifically to your website? I would like to connect people, like through our community liaisons or through a page on our website. This is probably to the superintendent. These are ways to get involved, Big Brothers, Big Sisters. Because I know one specifically where she followed her all the way through college. Like, it's amazing the impact you can have on the children's lives. So we
Yeah.
appreciate what you do. We'd love to add people to your program.
Thank you. Yes, it is usually ends up being a lifelong relationship. People still connected and, still connected to their littles when they're having their own kids. I am in touch with Jeanette, and she's a wonderful partner for us and connection to the district. And so we can definitely work toward more connecting more bigs to more students, because honestly, especially where we are right now after COVID, every child in Polk County schools needs a mentor. So, we would love to have more and more and more, and we will continue to work toward that. And yes, there are, especially at Crystal Lake, we have bigs gatherings and parties, kind of end-of-year gatherings for bigs and littles, and we try to get everybody to come at the same time. So we'll try to invite you guys to one of those in the future. We would love to have you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. White?
Thank you. Thank you guys for all that you do in our schools. And I just want to also thank Superintendent Hyde for, it's easy to say, hey, other business partners, can you help us with this? But giving our staff the time to take littles and really making sure that we're doing exactly what we're asking other people to do. I appreciate the leadership coming from the district in that. So my question for you is, this is very west side heavy. So if we have some schools in the east side it is. So if we have some schools and business partners in the east side that are interested in
Yes.
getting involved, are you who they should be contacting, or
Yes.
where would be the best place to send them?
So, in order to start a new school, we typically would have to have a contingency of volunteers coming from a certain place. So, say 15 volunteers at a Winter Haven business to go to a new Winter Haven school, or a Haines City business to go to a Haines City school. And yes, we are not opposed to being in those other areas. This is just kind of how it went, and then COVID, keeps putting dents in what we wanted to do. So we are in full mode. We want to connect with as many schools as possible, and we have recently met with some of your liaisons and are trying to reestablish our Elbert partnership in Winter Haven, and which we were fully in before, but COVID. So yeah, but we're definitely open to being in as many schools as we can and reaching as many kids as possible.
So it sounds like 15 is kind of the minimum
Yeah,
number
10 to
from
15.
any
If we had
organization.
10 volunteers that we knew were going to go to a Haines City Elementary School or Anna Woodbury in Fort Meade, I think that's right, we would definitely be interested in serving in any new community in Polk.
Awesome. That's
Yes.
helpful. I know what business partners I can start targeting.
Okay, let's
So-
talk. I know you.
Thank
Class
you.
15,
Yes.
Leadership Polk.
Yes, Leadership Polk Class 15 is the best class ever. I know Superintendent
Every
Hyde's going
class
to
is
argue
the
with
best
me,
class ever,
but
but ours is definitely the best
it is
class ever.
15.
Dr. Allen?
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely there's a challenge there, hopefully you guys see that, but yeah,
Yeah.
we are very west heavy on that. And maybe
We
there'll
are.
be a picture of your mayor in the future. Really thankful for Mayor Mutz. He is so committed, and
He is.
I'm just reflected, he visited a school with us, or with me, not too long ago, and there was a lesson on measurement. He's like down on the floor,
Yeah.
acting like a horse,
Yes.
and students are measuring off it. I mean, it's pretty amazing. But I did have a question too in general. 5 through 12, is there an age? Can you target an age? When you come in, like what's the application process look like as you target
Sure.
and things like that?
So we have a screening process for the family, for the child. And we do 5 through 13 because if you match much further after that, kids are involved with their friends. They don't want to hang out with adults during that time. And so the relationship doesn't gel as well. It's not that we're opposed to mentoring older kids. In fact, we have made ourselves more open to that in certain specific situations. But yes, we can definitely match at any age. We just start the match at 5 to 13. And then they stay together through high school graduation is really the goal.
Nice, yeah. Well, really appreciate the work in District 1.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Our next community partner is YMCA, and I'd like to bring up to the microphone Chantel Rubies. Did I get it right? Rubes, sorry. And you even took the time to tell me what it was beforehand. I'm sorry.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chantel Rubes, and I have the pleasure of being here on behalf of the YMCA of West Central Florida. I've only been in my position for about 2 months as the Vice President of Child Care Services, so I'm still learning, but I'm loving it. So thanks for having us here. We have a great partnership with the Polk County School Board. And there are three things that I just really want to focus on this afternoon, and that is giving you a little bit of a history on the why and who we are, and then the ways we currently partner with you, and then what the future looks like. So, you will have, I think everyone has received a copy of our strategic plan, and that document looks pretty, firstly, but secondly, it is a document that came out of a very trying time for the YMCA when the pandemic hit and we all got together and we're trying to figure out, how do we stay open? How do we continue to serve the community? That is the document that resulted from Elaine Thompson's leadership and a very active board. And they went to some community stakeholders and said, you know, what should our focus be? What do you want us to focus on? And what came out is youth development. Youth development kept surfacing as an area that we really needed to focus on. And so we are really mission-driven in that, and we are focusing on that youth development, and the three areas is youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. So that strategic plan really is the guide for all things Y. So as we look at new programs, as we look at what we want to do, that is really the document that keeps us going forward. So the second part is the ways that we're currently partnering with the school board. We currently serve about 500 students, actually 475 to be exact, students in our three programs, which is our VPK program, our after-school and before-school program, and then as well as our after-school programs that are held off-site on the school premises. And there are two programs that we have that I just think are absolutely amazing that I would like to highlight. And the first one is Y Reads. And that is a grant-funded program where we serve at-risk kindergarten through third graders. And the goal really is to increase their reading skills, and we do that by instruction and mentoring. So we're looking at about 50 students a year that we are touching in that program, and that program has been around since 2005. So it's been around for a while. Then the second program is the Kindergarten Learn to Swim program. And that one is, again, another grant-funded program. But the goal here really is not to teach them to swim, but it is more of a survival program where if you fell in the water, what would you do to be able to get yourself out so that you can prevent drowning? And so last year we served about 1,000 students, and we had an 85% completion rate. And this year we look to serve about 2,000 students and maintain that completion rate. And children that don't meet that completion rate, we do provide them with additional resources and services so that they can meet that completion rate. And then the third item is, what does it look like for us moving forward? What does the future look like? So our goal is that our after-school program is really going to build a strong tie with what the Polk County schools are teaching. So we have your curriculum mapping, and our goal is that our after-school program lesson plans are going to follow that so that the third graders are working on what third graders are doing, and that is something that we are providing as a support from an after-school program. And then another focus is going to be on middle school programs. There's just not that many out there, and so we are looking at increasing leadership programs for that, as well as some STEM programs. And then the third way is that we're open, we're willing, we're here. We want you to know that we are always available and looking for new and exciting ways to partner with you. So that's pretty much it. I just wanted to take some time to really share with you, who we are, what we're doing. I think it's important for you to understand our mission, that we really are about youth development, and then also seeing the ways that we partner with you, and then knowing that we're a community partner. So I do have some business cards if anybody would like them, but I think it's important for us to have a partnership and continue the partnership we have, because if we can ensure a fun and safe way, I think the students, the communities, the families all benefit from that. So that's it.
Ms. Miller?
Hi, I just want to say thank you for coming today. I just have a little bit of input and maybe a question, and we can
Yes.
meet later and talk about all these ideas. So in the past, my son took part in a summer camp you had there that was very inclusive.
Yes.
And years later, I found out that his buddy or his helper, it was actually Reagan Jones, and I didn't even know it at the time, went on to work with students with occupational therapy because of her experience with students with disabilities. And I know that's such a need in this county for summer programs and after-school programs to be more inclusive. There are not any options. Plant Cities YMCA had a program at one time, very successful, of an inclusive setting to try to support families with different needs. And I'd love to see our YMCA grow in that area. So I'd love to meet with you later and maybe talk about resources or how we can either bring back those programs that were successful so many years ago or try to create something new for our community.
Absolutely.
Thanks
I
so
would
much.
love to talk. I agree with you. I think there is a big need for that.
Yes, thank you.
So, yes.
Dr. Allen?
Yeah, again, as well, thank you for the work that you're doing in our county. I'm reminded of First Tee, and that is
great
just an
program.
incredible program.
Yes.
You know, John Copeland, an amazing gentleman that has just really mentored so many students, Polk County students. I've had a chance to see him bring Polk County students into the First Tee program actually on their college signing day. It's some really unique things that's happening there with the First Tee program. TJ is one of the coaches there as well. My son had a chance to join TJ and take part in a PGA tournament. Just some really incredible things. Would love to see, what are some of the opportunities there that we can consider. But again, I just want to publicly thank you, YMCA. I think of John Copeland. He really has spent a lot of time with my son and really encouraged him through some things as well. Had a chance to work alongside him during some summer programming, getting some of his hours, service hours and things like that, but a great program for sure. So whatever we can do to enhance that, I'm definitely willing, and I'm sure it would be a great asset to us, Superintendent Hyde.
Yes, that program is First Tee and John together.
Yeah.
You always hear those two names. I keep hearing it. And we are actually looking at taking that model and actually like trickling it into all that we do because of the great mentorship. So we're more than just a gym and an after-school program. It's that mentorship part that I feel like because we're the Y, we can do that. So to your point, it is a great program and wonderful. Would love to partner more with you on that, so.
Great, thank you.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you very much. So Ms. Miller had brought up a question during the first part of the presentation about kind of where does this initiative go? And the whole point is to, again, create an additional website linked to our district page that would serve as a community resource. And each one of our community partners would have a brief description underneath them so parents can pick and choose from our different providers based off their needs or their child's interests. Because we do have a lot of partners, and that's the whole point of this process, is to have each of them share what they do, who they touch, and what outcomes they've had so parents can make an informed decision and know what options they have. It's also about expanding opportunities, as you pointed out. Sometimes they're very geographically isolated, and our goal is to help them expand because we see the value in these programs for all of our students to have an option. So I'm excited about where the future goes with each one of our programs, and obviously programs like First Tee. There are countless other programs like that that allow our students to learn about sportsmanship and other activities. But, it's also a sport that's a lifelong sport, and I think most people don't realize how much networking is done at times on a golf course or for small businesses and even large businesses. So it's a great opportunity for our students and to find non-traditional sports and encourage many of our students to engage in those opportunities will go a very long way. So those are our two community partners for today. I want to say thank you to them again. We have, since I've arrived, started to establish stronger relationships with both of these partners that presented to you today. And we're very excited about the opportunities for them to further their expansion. I've been able to work with YMCA directly, and that's a direct result of actually our next presenter. So up next, we have Polk Vision, and Ms. Kim Long will be joining us. She's going to talk about an update on their sidewalk safety program in partnership with us, but Ms. Long was instrumental in introducing me to several members from the YMCA, and we were excited about their STEM opportunities because they were growing new initiatives in that area, and how could we best align, especially in the summer months, to direct families and students to those great science and mathematics, arts, and technology opportunities. So, Ms. Long, I'll turn it over to you, and you can provide us the Polk Vision update, but I wanted to give you credit for having done that introduction for me earlier last year.
Thank you, Superintendent. And for the record, I just want to say that Leadership Polk Class 1 is the best class ever. Just we get that out of the way. No rim shot? Sorry. Today, I'm here representing our focus on infrastructure. And for those of you who know us, you know that we have underpinnings in quality of life, infrastructure, education. And what I want to continue to talk to all of you about is those are all mutually intertwined, right? Safe roads, safe access to schools, public health, all of those things are interdependent. And so if you ask a planner at the planning division how to increase attendance at schools, they're going to tell you you need more sidewalks, right? You need safe access to schools. So those conversations started years ago. So about 2015, 2016, we started yearning for a comprehensive map that would cross between county and municipal boundaries and further focus on accessibility for students and safe routes to schools. So if you'll recall, perhaps, we reported to you last in 2019 about our progress and what we discovered in this mapping process. So I'm going to do a bit of a rear view mirror and then bring you up to speed on that, and then we're going to talk about the launch of a brand new education program that we've developed. So I'm actually representing a number of individuals today, specifically the co-chairs of the pedestrian and bicycle safety team, Ryan Kordick with the Transportation Planning Organization, and Kathleen Wright, who is a curriculum specialist. So we need to address our issues in a number of ways, right? There is not one easy solution to a critical, very complicated problem, right? So the reason we're the 9th most dangerous place to walk or ride a bike in the United States isn't just sidewalks. It isn't just bicyclists, it isn't just crossing guards or crosswalks, it's many things. So our call to action remains at a very high level. The dashboard that we've provided you includes critical crash data from 17 through 21, and our rates are unacceptable. 1 death is too many, but we have a high incident rate. 57% of our major roads do not have sidewalks in Polk County. That was uncovered due to the Polk Vision study in collaboration with the TPO back in 2017. And I just want to, call your attention to, and I know you see this when you visit your schools. It's heartbreaking to see our students are walking in the ditch or in the front yards and having to just step off to a yard if it's available. And back in 2019, the last time we spoke, we were looking at millions and millions of dollars to be invested in improving access to school. And I'm happy to say that we have made progress. Although we haven't been here to report, we have been building sidewalks and getting sidewalks funded. The multi-use trail at Inwood, the scenic highway in Dundee, our Safer Routes to School funding for a number of schools, and our construction in Haines City and Winter Haven, as well as along Rifle Range Road, have all contributed to safer access for our students. Crystal Lake, Inwood, and Cumbie, we found grant funding apart from those that are typically set aside by the county. We actually got grants from the Florida Department of Transportation, and we were pleased to be able to project those improvements. So in the last 5 years, just giving a shout out to the TPO, they've invested $20 million in improving safe access to our citizens. This is an aerial of what we were able to accomplish in Polk City, and the Dundee Sidewalk Project, Schoolhouse Road, and most recently Bailey Road. So this is a good time for me to segue to what we're doing apart from the hardscape, though. We do have an education program underway, and working in partnership with the TPO and the Florida Department of Transportation, we've adopted a tactical plan that includes a first of its kind expansion of Safe Routes to School safety education. With input from teachers and administrators from Polk County Public Schools, we've developed enhanced curriculum that has been designed for students K through 8. New web resources have been developed to aid in the delivery of instruction, which covers how to identify safety concerns and conduct local safety campaigns. Obviously, the goal is the safe arrival and departure of all students. So we started this with school safety audits. We targeted 5 schools. For those of you that have been working with us for a while, these are our healthy schools. We've identified these. They're high-need schools. They have accessibility issues. Inwood, Highland City, Medalla, Paget, Juanita. We conducted a number of field observations to identify behaviors not only of walkers and bikers, but of drivers. What are the cars doing? We noted a few points where kids could improve their behavior, awareness, crossing the street, your typical distracted students excited to be getting to school. We also saw bicycle behavior that was concerning to us, a lack of helmets and awareness of where to ride with or against traffic. So we have continued our helmet fittings with the Florida Department of Health. I think you may know, or you may recall, our bike rodeos that we had a number of years ago. We'll be ramping those up again this year. That's in cooperation with the Transportation Planning Organization as well as the Florida Department of Health. And we do feature helmet fittings at our Know and Grow sites. So our safety education program, and we provided you with some supplemental material. I know you got a copy of this deck, but I also wanted to give you a more in-depth look at polksafety.org, which is a website that's been specifically developed for teacher use. It has videos, best practice resources, and safety campaign materials. It's truly interactive. It's a virtual environment, and I think they've done a really good job with it. So lessons are grouped by age, again, targeting K through 8. And this is an example of what a lesson plan might look like. And at your leisure, you can explore that site. But we also have lesson plans for parents and adults, their behaviors, and modeling best practices and behaviors for their students. We have downloadable and printable yard signs available, bookmarks, and we are already launched at 3 of the 5 pilot schools that we have targeted: Medalla Elementary, Highland City, and Juanita. And with that, I want to thank you again for your support and your cooperation, and I'll stand for any questions.
Ms. Wyatt.
I see you trying not to go to me.
No, I'm just,
I just want to say thank you. I truly believe that our ped bike safety team out of Polk Vision is probably the epitome of exactly what Polk Vision was designed to do. I mean, the fact that you can bring all of these cities and municipalities together with the district to say, okay, this is where we have sidewalk holes. The entire county is mapped out now of where our sidewalk gaps are. just to be able to plan for the future. I know when we met with BOCC, probably almost 6 months ago now, that was one of our conversations is, we need sidewalks a lot more places, but just knowing where the gaps are really has been extremely helpful in being able to apply for grants, and the funding that has come into Polk County specifically because of the bike ped team is really incredible. So thank you for your work in getting everybody together, because I know it's not an easy task.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Hi, I sit on the board of the TPO for the county, and we talk about all of the things coming together, and until you see that broad picture and see all of the organizations really focusing on one thing, it kind of brings it together for the community, and I appreciate what you do and what Polk Vision's done. Especially, I represent a rural area of our county, and this is very important to them as far as safety to schools, and I want to help support this however we can, so appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
So I know Dr. Allen?
Well, yeah, just going back to what Ms. Wyatt said around the concurrency meeting, the complexity of a sidewalk, really understanding that. So the value of what you're doing is very high. So thank you for doing that. And I had a chance to look at that resource during the week, and it is very interactive. It's a 360 experience. So whoever did that for you did a great job. So it's a great resource. Hopefully we can share that.
Thank you.
And I was going to ask Mr. McNaughton, I know Ms. Scott and Ms. Kelly are here, and Mr. Talbot was around because he has an item today as well. I'm curious, to what extent do we incorporate this into our health curriculum for students, especially at the elementary grades, as far as bike ride, car safety, bike rider safety, pedestrian safety? Do you know? And if not, that's fine. I can come back and give the board a summary of how we incorporate this. Come forward, Ms. Kelly, you're good.
Hello, how are you?
It's good to see you.
In actuality, I only can speak to a small portion of that because bike safety and pedestrian safety is so important. It is included in one of our when they transitioned into 6th grade, into one of our wellness lessons, and we actually worked with the bike ped team to create that lesson that everyone receives. I know Mr. Talbot, if he was here, he could probably speak to K through 5 much better than I can because I don't have access to it. But I'm also a helmet fitter, and it is a wonderful program.
Thank you.
It's absolutely terrific, and so we look forward to working with them more.
And I just want to add that Tiffany Kitchens recently joined our pedestrian bicycle safety team, so she's working with us.
Yeah, I was asking out of curiosity, but also for transparency for the board, and I'll get you a summary of its inclusion because it's far more beneficial at the earlier grades than we wait till 6th grade, obviously, for this, because some of these students are very early young walkers who, once parents realize they can be somewhat independent, oftentimes put them in situations that we want to make sure that our students understand the rules and how to stay safe. But I like as well, Dr. Allen and others have commented about the appropriateness of the materials and how good they are. And I'd like to see us make sure that we're incorporating them because a great deal of time and energy has been put into this. And this is something as well that we need to be sharing as on our parent resource page, because there will also be a curriculum resource page for parents. This is one of those items that should be in there under the K-5 designation, so parents at home can help reinforce these expectations with their own students as well. So I just wanted to highlight the resource yet again and find out to what extent we're using it, but I'll provide you a summary of that. If not, I think I've just clearly defined next steps because it's incredibly important. We are sidewalk deficient in the vast majority of areas, and I do worry about our students getting to and from school. More often than not, it's leading to a lot of congestion from many of our schools as well, because in the absence of sidewalks, more and more families feel like the need, because they're less than 2 miles from the school, feel the need to have to transport their own children to ensure their safety. And so that leads to additional congestion and other issues that we're dealing with on our campuses. So if we can continue to further these projects, and we're very appreciative of the support and the direction and the drive, this is more often than not a very overlooked area of school and student safety. And so thank you for the commitment and the partnership. The next item, if the board recalls, I brought Varsity Tutors at the last meeting. I just wanted to provide an update again, make sure that you continue to have access to the materials. We have identified, as you know, 45, we're calling them focus schools. These are schools that were identified due to their academic performance or a history of academic performance. Mr. Green and his team spent a considerable amount of time identifying schools, elementary through high school, to identify these 45 schools that will receive some targeted and incredibly intensive intervention and assistance. They'll go through instructional reviews, they'll go through other strategies to help ensure that they maintain a trajectory towards excellence. In addition to that, it's important for us to look at those tutoring options, and that's the group we would be piloting this with. And so I will bring to you at the next meeting a final bid proposal for the costs associated with, and then the funding mechanism would be through ESSER. So we're excited about the opportunity. Just to highlight for this again, because I think it's worthwhile to highlight, this is not a traditional tutoring type of online platform. What this does is allows teachers to direct intervention and tutorials for students. So I used the example last time, if students take a test, and let's say I have 25 students in my class and 5 do poorly on a certain portion of the test, as the teacher, I can indicate to the tutoring company, I need these 5 students to focus on the following. And then the tutoring company follows up with the students and the families to make sure that the students are completing those lessons and actions so that they can build better comprehension and understanding of those areas. The other benefit, it's in multiple languages and it's 24/7. And so it doesn't matter. This is a great example. I referenced recently when interviewed about our one-to-one initiative. The benefit of one-to-one is not just simply handing a device to students and having them learn 21st century digital learning skills. Obviously, that's a high priority for us. But it allows for us to develop a culture of what we call always-on learning, that the school day is not confined to a specified number of hours each day. That with a one-to-one initiative, much like this, with Varsity Tutors, students can continue to explore beyond the classroom and get assistance at home. Their parents can get assistance at home on how to best help their child as well. This is also a tutoring service that's available during the class period. So it's essentially, and this is a skill or a strategy I highlighted during our last presentation, what we really liked about Varsity Tutoring was its ability for teachers to do a whole group lesson, go through the scaffolding instruction, and the I do, we do, you do gradual release model. And when students are working independently while the teacher's working with a small group of students, these students can access the tutor in real time in the classroom and seek additional assistance right then and there. So it serves as almost a co-teacher within the classroom environment. So this really helps our teachers, and it allows for further differentiation at a level that we cannot accommodate at this scale. Because if we were to try to put a co-teacher in every classroom, you know what the economics of that would be. And so it's a great program for us to pilot in those 45 schools. Excited about the opportunities, but I'll bring a final proposal before the board at the next meeting and then hopefully take it to board action at that time. It's a slow implementation. I know more often than not when we talk about implementing new strategies and procedures, and the parent company knows this, we're not looking to just simply approve this and open the door day one and say, okay, everybody, here's what you have to do. There will be, and I've had great conversations with their professional development team about how they plan to approach our staff to get them trained, to get them comfortable with the materials, and then also there's training utilities for our parents. And so it's an exciting time. It'll take us a few months to get it launched, but the goal would be that by January 1st that we have an effective implementation launching at that time. So that's Varsity Tutors. Are there any questions on that item? Ms. Fields.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding, all this is virtual. There's no in-person.
That is correct. It's all virtual.
And the other question that I have, do we have other school districts that are also using?
Yes, ma'am. If you look in the presentation, they actually linked multiple other school districts across the nation that they're working with.
So there's a link?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There are some schools specifically highlighted in their presentation. I'm looking at it now. Other partners that they've worked with, but I could get you additional names within the state of Florida as well. And
Another question you already answered, I want to know what was the cost?
the cost will come at the next meeting. Yes,
Right.
ma'am. Because the goal, the information that they're waiting on, this was our issue, not theirs, was once the 45 schools were identified, I needed to wait for the 10-day count to be concluded, and then we're actually breaking down the number of students in each school, not only by grade level, but by specificity of needs. So if we have special education students, if we have ELL learners, I want to prepare them for what they may see as far as the demands coming from those students and their families. So we wanted to work very closely with them to get them the real analytics about the student populations that they'll be supporting. We also now, and you'll see this presentation today in the workshop, we've also now concluded, or if not, we're close to concluding all of our initial baseline assessments for reading interventions as well. So we'll have that data as well to help drive some of the supports that the varsity tutors may be able to provide our families.
And if a child is struggling and virtual is not working, then we have other options for providing tutoring for
Yes,
that
ma'am.
child,
We still
correct?
have our traditional after-school tutoring in these schools. And then I sent the board an email outlining all of the new grant opportunities. I sent it this morning, admittedly, so many of you may not have had an opportunity to look at that yet. But I provided you an outline of all the additional grant-funded tutoring and intervention opportunities that the state of Florida has released. The funding included within that Excel spreadsheet I sent you is funding explicitly aligned or provided to Polk County. There are 2 grants we've already applied for, and I gave you summaries of the activities for those. And then there's actually, I think, 3, if not 4, remaining opportunities for us to apply for after-school and summer learning opportunities moving forward. So it's an exciting time, but yes, ma'am, there'll be both an opportunity for virtual and an opportunity for in-person tutoring to continue in all of our schools.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Allen.
Yeah, I just want to publicly say thank you for just building the infrastructure around this. I think this is going to be a very positive in regards to servicing students and looking for some great positive outcomes. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it unfolds and what that plan looks like. And I mean, there is some opportunities too, and I was curious if you have some thoughts on this, but you know, we do have early adopters as far as teachers that are, you know, very tech-centric and early adopters. But then we do have teachers that, you know, that might be a little bit more of a challenge to scaffold that way, but it gives us an opportunity to really create some master teacher scenarios in a sense. And I don't know if you have some opinions on that, but it would really encourage that opportunity. I think about the Nearpod ambassador that I had a chance to interact with at Lakeland Highlands Elementary, and just being in the classroom and her as an ambassador for Nearpod and implementing that in her classroom was just phenomenal. So I'm sure we're going to have teachers that are just going to chew on this resource and the opportunity. But hopefully it's an opportunity for us to lift them up and say, you know, we value how you have adopted and implemented. Would you be willing to share that experience and your knowledge with our other students or teachers as well?
Yeah, and I think you actually just answered it. That's exactly what we do. Even with our one-to-one initiative, there's an acknowledgement that it's going to take us some time to fully implement and integrate the devices, because again, providing the device was the easiest part with that grant, that large grant we secured, was the easiest part of the process. Having everyone understand how they're to be utilized as an instructional tool, and that students are not going to be staring at a screen the entirety of a school day. That's neither our purpose nor our intention, nor how we plan on utilizing them. But it does allow for differentiation and exploration and other things to take place at a level we've never been able to attain before. And it allows more creativity in the classrooms and more independent learning, and our teachers to make that transition from kind of sage on the stage to more of that true facilitator, instructional facilitator. But it's going to take us some time. You always have early adopters. Children tend to be a lot more fearless when it comes to device. You hand a kid a device, within 15 seconds, they've somehow figured out how to use it. They're already downloading content, and then at the same time, they're changing the language on your screen to some language you can't speak, and you don't know how to get back into utilities and change it back. You have to go, this is personal experience. Maybe I'm sharing too much. Yeah. But Ms. Pasco is leading the initiative, as you know, has done a fabulous job thus far. And I think it's worth pointing out that even with our one-to-one deployment, we didn't roll out all devices simultaneously. What we've done is Ms. Pasco's worked with her network team and everyone else on her team to evaluate, along with our building principals, their state of readiness, with an understanding that by October, all devices have to be deployed and are going home with students. But in the interim, we're making sure everyone's prepared for that deployment. And then on top of that, we're working very closely with PEA to ensure that for the next year and a half, and thankfully, again, the board approved the addition of 3 early release days that we said we would only use for this school year and next school year, and then reevaluate the need for them to remain beyond that for the sole purpose of training on these utilities. And so as we're developing this 18-month plan, so that by the end of the 18 months, the expectation is we're utilizing it with full fidelity. But we're talking about Schoology and all the supportive apps and all the other communication tools that go with this. And we believe this will also lead to an increased utilization of Focus. We have a very low utilization across the county of our Focus software, and there's so much information at a parent's fingertips there. But we believe that now with the one-to-one device deployment and then aligning Schoology and some other applications, that we'll get far more utilization from our families. We used to be able to make an argument about the digital divide. As you recall, or you may recall, this grant allowed us to address that at scale through both hotspots or hardwired options within our communities. We also converted several other school buses that we park locally so that students can actually gain access to a hotspot if they need to. So in communities that don't have a high-density wireless overlay or access to that, we can now provide those services. And so there is no digital divide. There should not be a digital divide. And by and large, that digital divide has gone away as more and more parents have adopted more cell phone technology. And so parents have access to all of these. And thankfully, our team has had the foresight to ensure, due to ADA compliance and other factors, they've actually worked diligently to ensure that all of our applications are both web-based, computer-based, and they can also be utilized on any cell phone device. So we really have covered the spectrum there. But we expect to see this continuum of improvement and utilization over time. So it's an exciting time to watch our deployment. There are always the initial concerns. What if a student doesn't bring it back and it's not fully charged? Well, then they can go to the library, exchange it for when it is charged, and at the end of the day, we can swap it back. The device is not specific to a child. Other than for inventory purposes, there's a serial number that's tracked through our inventory management system in Destiny that aligns it to a student for replacement purposes, but it's not agnostic to a particular child because it's cloud-based, and so students' content will always be readily available, so we can swap devices as needed. The most common issues that we face with devices, having done a one-to-one deployment in multiple counties now, if you face is at the end of the year, students somehow lose their chargers, their charging cables. I don't know how, but it happens. We've already remedied that. We have additional charging cables. We're prepared for that. Keys pop off. Why? Because we fidget with the keys. Those are easily fixed and remedied. We're prepared for that. The third one is, by and large, the most likely form of breakage for a device, whether it be the iPad at the elementary school or one of our laptops at the secondary level, is when a student gets done, they leave their pen on the keyboard and they close the screen, and we get crackage of the, it's not a real word, with the screen cracks. Let me rephrase that. And so it's just, those are the things that, again, I've seen now over the last 10 years of implementing one-to-one devices, whether it's at a school level or at scale. And so we're prepared for those things. And we have an insurance option for families as well. There is an opt-out for families if they choose for their child. A child will have to use the device at school. But, and there's a lot of benefits to that, especially for our students who have special needs. Adaptive technology has been a strategy we've used for the last 20 years. And so it really applies to all of our students. But if a student or their family don't feel comfortable taking the device home, that's fine. They don't have to. They can opt out of the device going home, and then we'll work with them. And then they'll just have to have an internet accessible device at their home in case there's assignments and things for that student to complete. But think about it, we've basically eliminated sick days now because student assignments are still posted, because the teacher goes in and posts it for the entirety of the class, and the materials are already there. And so a student can complete their assignments at home, or at least attempt to complete them at home. And if they need additional time, that's fine. They come back to school in a traditional setting, as we always have, and they can get the backup instructional support that they need in order to be successful. But I think it's a good transition for us, but it is something we're monitoring and we're taking a slow approach to, because we want it to be effective, not just a flash in a pan, and have the frustrations that come with a scale deployment that was not well planned and was forced within too tight of a time constraint. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify that.
Yeah, indeed.
Ms. Miller?
You kind of got me with the whole chargers we're going to keep handing out. Is there going to
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that.
I'm concerned that that's going to be an issue.
No.
Especially, I mean, it's just going to be an issue no matter how old the student is. Is there going to be a limit? Is there a parent responsibility if they sign on to say, yes, we'll take an iPad, then they get one replacement charger? Like, it's going to be very difficult it's going to be expensive to keep replacing
So,
these
so to
things.
clarify, what I said was we have prepared in case a student requires additional chargers. They wouldn't necessarily have to go out and buy them from a third party. Parents will have an option. That's why, again, they have insurance. But if they lose the charger, which is part of the package, they are charged for that. There's a fee associated with that that they do have to reimburse us for. But not having some extra ones on campus, just like we have additional devices on campus, so that we have a slight surplus of inventory. So if a student comes and of no fault of their own, for whatever reason, they can't connect to the network that day, and this happens, or they break their device, or there's another issue with their device, we need to have enough inventory to swap those devices. So no, we're not handing out new cords and new charging cables. That's not what I said. So there is an insurance policy parents can purchase that would alleviate the burden of that, or there is a fee structure that Ms. Pasco and the team have verified through third-party vendors so that we get parents the best competitive price to replace those things at the end of the school year. I'm just speaking from my own background knowledge. What are the things most commonly associated with these devices, and at times at the end of the year when students turn them back in? And that's something else to clarify. Our students will not. Our students are retaining these devices throughout the entirety of the summer. The only students that will return devices are elementary students who are transitioning to secondary because they're going from an iPad to a laptop, and graduating students, or any student who moves from one school to another, because that device remains the school's inventory, not necessarily just tied to a student. So those are the only three scenarios, so we don't have to worry about taking all the devices in every summer and having to store those. And again, we're going to, through the curriculum department, going to provide and reinforce this always-on learning approach so that we can help address any summer learning loss that might occur by putting out fun, interactive, and engaging activities that students and their families can participate in throughout the summer. But I think replacing a charger runs anywhere from $25 to $45, depending on the device, depending on specificity of the device.
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer in this situation because I love the fact that we are providing this for students. I'm concerned as district this size, and I'm sure this is done in other districts, and we've already studied this, how successful it is to send these devices home like that and that they're returned, or that they're not, or that even chargers are $25 to some families is a lot of money. If you have multiple kids, it's a lot of money. Is there an option for parents to opt into these devices but choose to leave them at school, or choose to leave them?
Yes, ma'am, I just shared that a moment ago.
I know, but I'm thinking, I know there will be parents who may not have Wi-Fi that want these devices, but with limited usage, and it will also avoid the expense of trying to replace them. I'm concerned about it cost, Superintendent Hyde. That's all I have today.
A cost to the family or a cost to the district?
Just the return on these devices, the length of time that they'll be usable, elementary students especially, and I know they're used differently in different grades. So elementary students may not be using them as the same as the laptops that they'll be used at the high school level, or vice versa. A district this size, this rural, the needs of this district, it's expensive, but I want it to be successful. So I'm hoping that we've looked at other districts to find how they have done it successfully.
So I think that's the premise of how we've approached this, is we've done exactly that. Several of us involved have had hands-on experience with this level of deployment. It doesn't matter if it's 20,000 students or 110,000 students. What has to happen is we have to create a culture. So when I hear concerns like, well, what happens when students don't bring their device to school? Well, that's not a district issue. That's a cultural issue. We've not reinforced or shown students that there's a value to bringing their device to school. And I can assure you, they somehow don't forget to bring their cell phones every day. And so there's a reality to this, right? I mean, part of this is we think of worst-case scenarios, and that way Ms. Pasco, myself, Mr. Green, and others can problem solve towards those. But I don't want to create conflict where it doesn't exist. And so for our school district, the losses are mitigated because there is a replacement fee associated with this, regardless of your economics. If you choose to participate and your child takes them home and the device is lost, stolen, damaged, there is a fee structure to help replace those things. And what we do for our families, in case they do have financial difficulty, is our procurement team can put them on a payment plan. It's not something that has to be fully reimbursed on day one. So we are flexible with our families. But to that extent, what I would prefer and what I would point to are countless other states and districts who have gone one-to-one and have done so very successfully. There's always going to be some level of loss. There will. It should be less than 5%. It should be. But then you have to go through various steps. For example, in our case, if a device is lost, the first attempt is made by the school to contact the family to make sure we get the device back. The second attempt goes out in the registered mail, and I'm paraphrasing, so some of the steps may have changed. But the third reference goes out to a collection agency. So quite frankly, we're done. After we've made the first 2 attempts, and potentially a home visit in between there, to see if we can secure the device, it's going out to a collection agency. And that's important because this is our inventory that we need to be protective of. You're absolutely right. The life expectancy for devices is anywhere from 4 to 5 years, and it does depend on the specificity of the device. The iPads may have a different life expectancy than do the laptops. And I think the iPads actually have a longer life expectancy, if I recall correctly. So over the next 3 to 5 years, in our budgeting process, we will actually allocate funds so that in the next 4 or 5 years, we'll be positioned to replace devices, so that we have a reoccurring fee structure that would allow us to do that. So I'm fairly confident that with the right supports, the right training, the right messaging, we can build that culture. And again, if a parent refuses to take the device home over the summer, I'm sure we can accommodate that need as well. But I'm hopeful that we can, especially at the elementary grades, we can set that expectation and create opportunities that they will retain their device and enjoy some summer learning opportunities throughout the time. And we're not talking about just simply a click and play type of software-based utility. It very well could be that Mr. McNaughton has several of his staff put on a STEM camp where students can watch remotely from home. And there are household items, something as simple as baking soda and vinegar, because we're reinforcing a chemistry example. And so those students can participate at home while watching this with the supervision of their parents. So I think there's opportunities for us to do something far more engaging to reach into our households. And we have addressed, as I said, the digital divide by providing Wi-Fi hotspots and or hardwired connectivity in neighborhoods where it's needed. And we have protective cases for our devices. I think we've taken all the steps we can. At this point now, it's about establishing an expectation. Our students are completing, if not they have already. There are actually 2 trainings that our students go through about how to care for their device, how to utilize their device. So Ms. Pasco and her team put them together, and then we have our acceptable usage policies, although I don't think we call it AUP here, responsible usage policy. And so that is shared with both students and their parents to make sure that they understand what the expectations are for the device utilization. And everything filters back through our software filtering system. So even when you're at home, you're not going on your own network. You're still forced to come back through Polk County Public Schools. And so we have a networking and filtering software that meets or exceeds all state and federal requirements to protect our students. And more importantly, not just only what they're searching, but to make sure that we're protecting their data from others. And so I think we've done a great job so far in preparing for the implementation. Now it's a matter of how do you shift the culture along with it to ensure that, again, the devices aren't just a glorified Encyclopedia Britannica, and I'm dating myself there by sharing that example. But they need to be utilized efficiently and effectively as a tool for learning, not as the only portal to learning for our students.
No, I hope this is going to be huge for students who need that learning outside of the classroom, outside of the daily hours of the class and through the summer. I have 2 questions, and I want the best for this. I don't want to sound negative. I just know that this is a lot of students and a lot of money investing in this. The programs or the videos that you're showing students how to take care of their device, is that on our website where we can show parents?
If you're going to speak, come to the mic, Ann.
And the second question while you're coming forward, these devices are going to every student, including center school students. Is that correct? Okay, sorry. Hi.
Okay. So, yes.
State your name for the record.
Hi, I'm
State your
Ann
name
Pasco,
for the
Assistant
record.
Superintendent of IST. Y'all have got me on a Tuesday after a 3-day weekend, trying to wake up. Thank you, sir. Lots of great questions. First, let me just reiterate what Mr. Hyde said. We're taking this year to build the culture. So I think that's really important. It's important to remember that during COVID, we found out that the world changed, and if we don't go along with it, it's going to pass us by. So we want to take time to build that culture for our students so that all students have the ability to be successful at whatever career or path they choose after they leave us. To teach students how to use the devices, we did create curriculum, and the parents can see it. Now, it's not on our website, and that's purposeful. You want to be careful when you go one-to-one how much information you share with the general public about what's happening inside your school walls. And so you have to think about that with digital utilization as well. Any parent can get a Focus Portal account, and when they get a Focus Portal account, they can see everything in Schoology. So they can see that, and we'll support them to go through and to look at that. They can look at the videos, they can look at the responsible use, they can look at all the information their students see in Schoology. So that's a big benefit to students and to parents. As far as the chargers are concerned, I don't know about y'all, but I lose my chargers too. We just know it's gonna happen, and we have to create that culture. So what Mr. Hyde is sharing is that we don't want to penalize students if they forget a charger. We do want to hold them accountable so that they learn good, responsible practices, but not in a punitive measure. So we have chargers that if a student loses one, they can come into school, they can get that device charged, and they can still participate in their learning. The easiest way to make sure that devices come charged is to make sure they're used purposefully in the classroom. You know, in my experience, and I believe in the majority of educators' experiences, most kids want to learn. And if we create that environment, they will come with them charged. We will always have one or two that won't, and we'll deal with that appropriately, and we'll handle them with the supports we need. Because it may not be about the charger, it may be about something else that's going on in the home, and that's okay. And we've got staff to handle that. So I do know that some of the concerns are out there. Believe me, the first time I did this, I was very concerned as well, being the person who was being told you have to make this work. But we've learned by taking our time, taking this year to slowly roll out those devices, work with principals, work with teachers, work with PEA, and work with parents and students. By this time next year, I'm pretty confident these won't be the conversations we'll have. The conversations we'll have will be, how can we utilize more programs like Varsity Tutors? And how can we bring digital utilization into the classroom so we have face-to-face and digital utilization when it's purposeful, not just when we can get to it. So I don't know, Ms. Miller, if that answered everything that you had for the questions, or if I missed one.
These devices will go to every student, even the ones that need adaptive equipment in center schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So the devices, though, for the learning centers are appropriate for the students at the learning centers, and devices, we bought different devices for different areas, so it's not the same device for everyone, but every student does need to have equitable access to digital learning. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dr. Allen, then Ms. Fields.
So glad you're here and interacting with us today. Had a chance to talk with you on the phone, so
Yes,
it's good
sir.
to engage with you as well. And speaking of experience, there's been a lot of shed tears in our home because you know, somebody woke up and the device wasn't charged fully. We've had to wake up at like 3 a.m. to go make sure that the devices were plugged in. There's been, you know, trips to the school to actually drop off a device that was forgotten. So those woes are present, and we adapt with it as well, and it's definitely a good learning experience along the way. I did have a couple thoughts or maybe more questions. Apple devices, right? Find My device, Find My iPad. So when I reflect on some of our schools that have already implemented iPads, in a sense, they were able to utilize that tool to make sure that they track down pretty much every device. And to the point where almost they thought they lost one device and they found it in a warehouse where a parent was moving and utilized the Find My iPad to track that down. Does the Android-based platform have something similar to that? No? Okay. And then I know we're going off on a rabbit trail, but you're here. So like the fiber conversation, because all that really plays into the bigger narrative as well. And how are we doing with the fiber installation, which is going to benefit Varsity Tutors and every other device that we have around the district?
Correct. Mr. Hyde, do you want to take a stab, or do you want me to go?
So we previously addressed fiber initiatives, and there's a large portion of ESSER that was allocated to technology to provide for wireless expansion. As you know, we're partnering with several of our municipalities to ensure the appropriateness, but that's also why we're offering different connectivity options. If there is a lack of fiber within a specified community, then they can do a hard line through their traditional cable company at a discounted rate, and we would cover that rate fee, and that's been included in the grant. Additionally, we have the hotspots for other communities. So we know that the needs are going to vary, which is why we had varied solutions, including the buses that have the Wi-Fi antennas associated with them. I think we're up to 8 total buses that we can drive throughout the community and park in various locations, so students in neighborhoods or apartment complexes can directly connect through those. And so I think we continue to work, and as we work with our municipalities, the high-density wireless overlay and connectivity remains a focus for all of us, because that's an infrastructure need that we're probably lagging in at this time. But I'm pleased to see so many of our municipalities and our partners are focusing on that now as an inclusion, something that they're going to require that's included with new construction. So I think we'll continue to find ourselves in a better position over the upcoming years. As far as our schools are concerned, I think we're well positioned for the utilization. And Ms. Pasco can speak to any additional Wi-Fi or, hotspots and or high-density wireless overlay expansion that we have to have for our traditional school settings. But for now, when we did the initial analysis, we were well poised on our campuses to be able to support these devices and their utilization.
Yeah, and I think thanks for that recap, and then specifically speaking to the Summit contract and where we were with the installation of the Summit contract on our fiber. Going back to the Varsity Tutors, when that comes back to us in a couple weeks or so, as far as that contract, will we see what features are available? And the reason I ask that is if within the 45 schools, I'm not sure how many high schools are targeted within the 45, they do have the option for the AP and IB test prep and tutoring services and so forth. So I was curious if that's going to be accessible to students as a feature within that contract. So when we see the contract, will we see like what all students would have access to within the platform?
So so I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So all of the tutors are prepared to provide supports for all of the academic coursework that we offer. There are no specific utilities that they're supplementing with. This is a live person that the student's interacting with, and so they will not solve problems for students, which is clearly not the objective. But if a student's having difficulty with a particular item or a problem, they'll work with the student to help them find the solution. They won't find it again for them. So to your question, are they prepared to support AP and dual enrollment? Yes, they are. And they have done so across in several school districts in our own state and also across the nation. So yes, they have that footprint in high school as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Fields, you had a question?
Yes, I have a couple. I wanted to know, what is the replacement fee?
So the device is it's prorated over the first 4 years of its life. So if it's lost during the first year, it's a full replacement fee for the device itself. For the charging cable, it would be, I'd have to go back to Ms. Pasco. We can provide that to you. It's in a form that went out to parents.
That's fine.
The insurance covers it as well, and we can provide you with that information. But other repairs can vary. The screen, like for example, if you have to replace a glass screen on an iPad versus on a laptop, the price fee and the structure does vary, and it's dependent on the device, the uniqueness of the device. So I could get you those costs, but again, that's why we're encouraging parents to take advantage of the insurance so that they could have a deferred cost and a much lower cost versus having to replace the entire device. But then each subsequent year, as the device gets older, the replacement cost will go down if the device is lost.
Well, one of the things, I kind of go back to what Ms. Miller said. We've done this before, not to this extent, when we had COVID. And we had some students, the majority of our students that had devices. And I think the culture is going to be very important and significant because if it's not yours and someone else's. Sometimes you're not apt to take good care of it. And then making sure that the parents and grandparents and whoever else is responsible for those babies understand the value of the devices and how to care for them. Another concern that I hear often is the help desk, and it's very difficult to get through to the help desk. So what are we going to do when everybody is trying to bombard to get assistance and they can't get help and they're feeling frustrated? And I hear that very often.
Ms. Pasco, do you want to address the second one, and I'll go back to the first one in a minute.
I sure will. I agree that the help desk system that we have is not conducive to a district this size, and so that's one of the challenges we're working through this year. Again, that's why we want to go slow. We want to build that foundation to make sure that we're providing internet options that people can avail themselves of, that teachers are utilizing digital tools purposely in the classroom, that students know how to be responsible, and then we know how to get support. So we're working through those pieces to make sure that we can streamline that. We fixed our internal website to provide more instruction, more tutorials. Sometimes people want to talk to someone, and sometimes they want to read the information. And we've been deficient in that area as well. So we're taking this whole year. I was just actually going through EERS this morning, working on that, which is why I was a few minutes late. So I agree with you, and we're working on that to get through looking at a help desk system that'll help us utilize the staff that we have to our fullest extent to respond to parents, students, and staff as they have questions.
And so to answer that question further, Ms. Fields, and for everyone else, part of this is repurposing existing staff, and so our help desk will actually take on two different pathways. One is internally for staff and the needs that they have. The other is one that's going to be available for families and students outside of school. During a school day, there's very little help desk issues that students will need to face, because simply they can go to the library and exchange their device if it's not functional, and then our network people can come in behind that and address whatever the issue was in the initial device, whether it was a connectivity issue or some other software issue. And those will happen from time to time. Home utilization is where we will see an increased need for support services. And even that will be capped at a certain time frame. So what Ms. Pasco is exploring with her team are the options of flexing existing staff so that they maybe start later in the day but go later into the evening so that they are available for help desk. And we're not calling it help desk for the family version, but there will be some staffing needs that she has. And so again, it's either repurposing of existing staff, or it's going to be me coming as part of the staffing allocation model and asking for an enhancement for her department to help support those needs.
Thank you. And then lastly, I would say that I think sometimes we assume things that's not the case. And I know that some parents, grandparents, do not know how to access the portal. You know, so we talk about
Correct.
being able to go to the portal to get instructions. Well, how can you go to the portal if you don't know how to get in the portal? And I think that is something I hear too often.
There will be an entire campaign wrapped around how to get more of this, because again, as I said, and I don't think I'm exaggerating, we've had focus in our school district now for several years. Right now, the current utilization is right around 20% of our families actually maintain a focus account. And during the first days of school, as you know, we were all out in buildings, and I volunteered at one of our elementary schools, and I would have preferred to have been in the car line or out in the hallways directing students to class, but they put me on the phone answering parent calls. Every call was the same question, or two questions. Who's my child's teacher? What bus will they ride? And yet, all of that information had been available since July 1st in focus. We've got to increase its utilization. And much to your point, Ms. Fields, we've got to create some videos and better communication around the value, why you should have an account, because of all the information you can get, and then more importantly, how to use it. And you and Dr. Allen both have brought up the utilization because it can feel somewhat clunky and cumbersome. So for example, this conversation started months ago when we started talking about parents wanting to say, okay, I don't want my child to have access to certain materials. And so that began the conversation. So we've really done a deeper dive. But now that Schoology's there and more information will be available, I think we can create, and we are creating, a marketing strategy around that. But you're absolutely right. We've got to make sure that people understand how to use it, its importance, the value that it brings to them, so they can monitor how their children are doing in school. or their if they're a guardian or grandparent, because they can monitor attendance, they can monitor discipline, they can monitor academic performance, they can monitor all kinds of things in there. And with the addition of a graduation tracker, which is something we'll talk about in a few minutes, as one of the strategic plan goal areas, that will also be included in there. So students starting as early as elementary school will start creating a pathway towards post-graduation, whether it's going to be, I want to go into a trade, or I'm thinking about going into college, or whatever their initiative is or interest is, it's a high school completion focus. And that was something that Cognia encouraged us to create, was that culture within elementary school, and I hate to keep overusing that word, but how do we get students interested in what am I going to do 10 years from now? Because they don't always connect what they're doing now to the importance of what it's going to mean later on in their life. So I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities for us to highlight those things and address those needs. And I think that's a valuable question that you ask. But that's up to us to create a marketing strategy around this to encourage more utilization. I will say, in my most recent experience with a one-to-one deployment, we had a very similar, very low level of utilization. The one-to-one deployment and its alignment, we did not use Schoology at the time. We used a different platform for our SMS, but it led to an increase, an over 45% increase in utilization. And so we were ranging, because we had turnover every year, anywhere from 62 to probably 70% utilization. And that was really impressive to see that type of growth, because people started to see the value in the information that was readily available to them. But we've got to create that communication and support structure for them so that they can feel they can access it and know how to get the things and not have to just search for it on their own.
Right.
But it's a very valuable point that you bring up, so thank you.
Mr. Hyde, can I
Yeah.
add one piece that you and I haven't had our touch base on, but just to highlight Boys and Girls Club? We've actually also worked with our partners, different places. Boys and Girls Club has been one where we went out and trained them on Schoology, and they are also trying to get that parent outreach with us. One of the challenges is parents sometimes are a little nervous about, how do I get an account? How do I create it? What do I do? So we're trying to maximize all of those community resources so that we wrap parents with those supports to get them in as well. So I thought that might be some helpful information.
Ms. Wyatt.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I was just going to comment on, I don't know if you're familiar at all with what Polk Vision did with Know and Grow when we first started the pandemic, but that may be a great plug-in to make sure that some of our schools are up to speed. So I know Kim's not here, so I can,
Thanks.
mention that.
I'll
but-
make sure we look into
But
it.
they've hit several elementary schools, and
Perfect.
I'm sure would love to be more helpful if they can.
Wonderful.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, we're going to do one additional item, and then I'll ask for a 10-minute recess, if that's acceptable. So at this time, I'd like to bring Principal Ryan Van up front. He has an item as it relates to Lake Gibson High School and the naming of athletic fields. Just so you know, there is a procedure that's being developed at this time. We've now seen several naming convention issues come up. I shouldn't say convention issues, naming rights issues come up. When we start naming fields, we need a long-term plan as to what the implications are and what the threshold of a donation should be in order to justify the naming of a field, whether it's a baseball field, a football field, or the track area. And so I think it's important for us and incumbent upon us to create that. So just please understand that there will be a procedure and a policy coming before you that essentially delineates, for a contribution, a monetary contribution of this amount, this is how much time it would remain named after that said individual or group of individuals. It's not something that's intended to live on in perpetuity unless the dollar amount continues to come in. So I just wanted to give you some comfort, because this is now the second field that we've seen this with. This is a rather sizable donation contribution that these individuals have made to the school. And so I'm just prefacing this by saying you will see a formal policy coming before you very soon about this issue.
I was gonna ask you that, is that for the field only or for?
It'll be for all areas, whether it's a classroom, whether it's a building, whether it's, buildings are a little different because we typically name buildings after individuals who have passed, historical figures, whatnot. I'm more concerned with areas that we tend to see that are more flexed. And those typically are your field areas, your tracks, your gymnasiums, those types of areas. And I think as a school district, we lose the opportunity to look at those as revenue generating, much like colleges do, where, and I'm accustomed to, for example, again, very recently, we held all of our graduations in a venue very similar to RP Funding Center. But that was owned by the city, and leased, the naming rights were given to another entity. So I see it as the same way. We own the fields, and the naming rights are something we essentially would be leasing short-term or long-term, depending on the dollar amount that's being donated back to the school. So I'd like to bring you a policy and procedure about that.
I'll be interested in seeing it.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Wyatt?
I was just going to say thank you, but I also, and this is maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves, have the groups, will that be like this group that's coming for us today, is that something that they know is coming, and will they be held to that
We will
as well?
share this information with everyone, and there may be a period where we agree to grandfather certain groups in temporarily until a final decision can be made. But again, it's not meant to preempt. This is I'm going to say, it's a sizable contribution that's being made. So I don't see this group being adversely impacted. But if we were to say that somebody made a $10,000 donation to a school, which is a sizable donation, that we would name an athletic field after them for the next 100 years, I just don't think, I don't know that that's appropriate. And again, I think it's an opportunity for us to reflect on how do we do this and what makes sense. Because again, when you look at the private sector or colleges, universities, even in private schools, they have a policy and procedure as to how this is done, and for the tenure or duration in which the naming convention would remain intact. So we would communicate that to all interested parties, though.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and especially, we've talked recently even, with the number of buildings that we've named even this year, we're eventually going to run out of buildings to name. So that's something we need to be
Which
cognizant of.
creates a conflict in the future for new naming rights.
Is
Yes,
what
ma'am.
we're
Yes,
looking
ma'am.
at. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Miller?
The policy you're bringing forward, will it direct how those funds are used? Or,
It was not my intention to do that, but if you would like me to work towards that with Mr. Talbot and others, we could certainly do that.
I mean, because the families may direct it towards a certain, athletic group. But if they're just writing it off to the school, I think people would want to know how those dollars are spent.
Oh, absolutely. There's a reporting mechanism in place now for schools to capture how they spend dollars that are donated. But yes, ma'am, we could see if we could formalize something a bit further. Sorry, Mr. Van, you got caught up in a different conversation.
I'm really nervous right now because of all that. Right? But actually, just going through this process and never having done this before, I'm excited about that because I think I called Mr. Talbot many times when this group first approached me. We made lots of calls. I'm not even sure Mr. Hyde was the superintendent when they first approached us. So something that says, look, this is what's going to be done first because this group wanted this naming to happen the next day. And it's like, that's not how this works. This is going to take, but that's a long story. So I know you guys received the letters from the school, and I'd like to second Ms. Pasco. It is Tuesday after a 3-day weekend, and I didn't realize I had to present today because I guess I had Monday on my mind, and I made a call, and they're like, you need to be there, so I'm here. We had a group approach us about a year ago, maybe 18 months ago, about renaming the field after one of our former student athletes. The former student athlete was named Michael Travis Gunder, and he grew up in North Lakeland, and attended Lake Gibson High School, was a star athlete at Lake Gibson High School on the wrestling team, football team, went to the University of Central Florida on a football scholarship, and graduated from UCF, and then his family owns a business in North Lakeland. It was Gunder's Body Shop, something along those lines. He went to work for the company, lost his life to cancer, and passed away from cancer in 2014 at 47 years old. His son was attending high school at Lake Gibson High School, and was one of our athletes, and that's why the group came forward. The group was led by a man named John Rhodes, who was Travis's roommate at UCF, and then they did a lot of business partner things together, and then he thought he would come up with a large legacy donation to name the playing field, which didn't have a name. Our stadium is Virgil Ramage Stadium, which, if you guys don't know, that was the man that donated the land to Lake Gibson High School many thousands of years ago. And they asked if they could name the field, and I said, this is what the price probably would look like. I talked to Mr. Talbot about it, and that's why they came up with $75,000 as a donation to rename the field in Travis's honor. And to answer some of the questions ahead of time, we have decided that money would be used incrementally. It's not going to $75,000, writing a $75,000 check tomorrow. There's some upgrades to the stadium that we're planning on doing, a new sound system, new paintings, resurfacing the scoreboard and redoing not a new scoreboard, but wrapping the scoreboard, some other things, and then we want to continue to use that. If we don't need it for the next 2 years, then we won't need it, and then they won't, we'll just keep that until we need to make those big upgrades. That will benefit all of the students that use that facility, not just football or anything like that. We have numerous teams that use that, including Little League, so I think that's my presentation so far. Pretty good for a Tuesday.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you so much. My question that first popped up as you were discussing the legacy, have we contacted the folks whom the field was named after originally to make
There was
sure?
no name on the field.
I thought you
No,
said
ma'am.
it's renaming.
No, I did say rename. If I did, I'm sorry.
Yes.
This will be the first naming of the field. The stadium is Virgil Ramage Stadium. So
And that's staying?
That's staying. It'll be
Okay.
Virgil Ramage Stadium. It'll be the Travis Gunter Memorial Field at Virgil Ramage Stadium.
Oh, my goodness, that's
Say
a
that,
mouthful.
yeah, 3 times fast.
I support it 100%. Thank you. Thank you for
Yes, ma'am.
clarifying that, sir.
But, and also to what Mr. Hyde said, we did talk about, Ryan Banda's the own Lake Gibson High School. I might be Mr. Lake Gibson sometimes, but I own Lake Gibson High School, and in 10 years, there might be a push to rename the field, and it might come to you and say, hey, you either can repay this, or, somebody else might rename it. I won't be here forever, so, we've discussed something like that, so it'd be nice to have that. Right.
Ms. Miller and then Ms. Wyatt?
I just want to say that I didn't know about Travis at all, but I mentioned him. My husband went to high school with him, and he encouraged Bob not to quit football. And so he was a student that did a lot, encouraging his peers in what he did after school. But I think what's important about this naming, as we go on and start naming things, this isn't just a company who wrote a check like they do for the RP Funding Center. This is somebody who, because Lake Gibson it's a community school. It's why I love it. It's why I love Van, who's going to be there forever. But the community is saying, this is somebody who was part of our community. This is not just, a bank that decided to buy the field. And I think that's important. And I don't know that we can write that in policy, but I think it means more when people that, have had experience at the schools or have buy-in to what occurs there is part of the process. So I'm glad that we're doing this. I hope this brings something for the family, the Gunter family.
Ms. Wyatt?
I second everything Ms. Miller said, that it really is cool to see the community really rallying around wanting to have a name on something to raise that kind of money. And this may be a little bit in the weeds, but you said it would be $75,000 spent over 7 or 8 years. Where is that money before it's being sent? Are we putting it in any type of GiveWell account or through any type of interest earning account?
It's in our Booster Club account. It would be
Okay.
in our Booster Club account, so.
Okay, that's just a good chunk of money that I don't know if there's any way to make that money make us money.
Right,
That
right, yeah.
that may, I don't know if there's an opportunity to look at GiveWell or something like that to, anything extra you can earn off of it would
Right,
be
yeah.
great, so just,
It is in a bank account with our Booster Club through Mid-Florida, so I'm not sure it's going to make that much money, but that's where it would be housed, yeah.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, at least the Knowles won this weekend.
Are we going to name the gym anytime soon?
Okay, so, if I'm here and you asked that question, I had another group unrelated
Can you tell
to
what
the stadium.
Can you tell what
that
happened
is-
to the gym? It doesn't have a name anymore. It
Yeah,
doesn't-
so, the gym's name was the reservation. I don't know when it was named the reservation, but it was named the reservation for a very long time. Over the last year, while I was at the wrestling tournament, some maintenance went up there to look at it because we were looking at maybe repainting it or resurfacing it, something along those lines. And maintenance looked at the brackets, and the brackets were rotted, and it came down. So so they said the sign's got to come down tomorrow. So the sign came down. We didn't quite realize how important that name was at the time, because they said the sign's got to come down. I don't want to fall on any cars or kids. But we did have a group that came, and he didn't know that, I don't even think he realized the sign was down, but he wants to name it after a student that he graduated with that would be a 10-year graduate now that he wants to, and he has offered to raise $100,000 to rename the gym after that student that passed away. So we're in the beginning of stages of that. That's another meeting for another day, but
Hence the need for a policy.
Yes.
I agree, because it would be a lot easier to say, this is what has to be done to get this done, and this is what this would cost, and all this stuff. But he did, he's also a Lake Gibson graduate, a local business owner. He's in commercial real estate. That says, I can definitely raise $100,000. So,
I love our Lake Gibson community.
Yeah.
Thanks, Van.
right.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Madam Chair, at this time, it's 2:08. We'll take a 10-minute recess, if that's okay. Come back at 2:18.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, and I will turn this meeting back over to Superintendent Hyde.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, members of staff, and community members, thank you. Returning back to our workshop, at this time, the next item up in front of you is the Juul class action lawsuit. Mr. Bridges will speak to this item.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the opportunity to speak to you today. We have been invited, the school board has been invited to join a class action lawsuit against Juul, J-U-U-L, the company that is largely responsible for the proliferation of vaping. And you recall several years ago, we were approached by a consortium of attorneys who had constructed a mass tort lawsuit against BP in connection with the Deepwater Horizon case. Not something that people in Polk County were looking at and saying, hey, you know, BP really screwed us over. We need to sue them. But we were approached by a group of attorneys who were suing them and saying, you may have been damaged in this and not even know it. We signed on. We participated in some formal discovery. And then one day we got a check. I think it was about $600,000, if I remember correctly. And that gift is still giving on, you know, still keeps on giving. Likewise, in this case, we've been approached by this consortium of attorneys. I provided you with the names of the firms. They're not firms that you will know. They're national firms with a national practice, but they involve. Well, I'm convinced that I'm going to read the names of them to you. Barron and Budd PC, Panish, Shea and Boyle LLP, Walkup, Melodia, Kelly and Schoenberger PC, Wagstaff and Cartmel LLP, Beasley, Allen, Crow, Methvin, Portis and Miles PC, Goza and Hunold LLC, and Curtin McConkey PC. We were approached by a gentleman by the name of Joel Wright, who is a partner with Curtin McConkle. There are other litigations that are in the pipelines out there. This appears to be the largest one, and it appears to be the one that is the farthest ahead in the legal process. They've gotten past a summary judgment motion out in California. They've successfully added RICO complaints, organized crime complaints, so it's in federal court. Big litigation. It is presented to you on a contingency fee basis, and that fee would be 25% of the total to the lawyers, which is going to be, if they are successful, it's going to be a lot of money. If they're not successful, it's not going to be anything, but they're spending a lot of money to try to ensure their success. You do not have to share in those costs. So this is one of those sign and drive deals. If you wish to participate, we'll sign up, and then they'll do all the work. And if they're successful, one day we'll get a check or a series of checks. If they're not successful, you will owe nothing. But the contingency fee is 25% if the matter resolves by next June. That's a nice round number because it's set for trial initially in November of this year. There is a possibility that it will settle before then. If it does, that would be the rate. If it settles after that time, the rate climbs to 30%. And that is the contingency fee that would go to the law firm. The rest of it would be divided pro rata amongst the other plaintiff districts. So far, there are about 1,300 districts that have signed up nationwide. There are 14 districts in Florida that have signed up so far. There are others on the horizon. Those include the biggest districts in our state, including our neighbors to our east and to our west. And I'm presenting this to you with no pressure. It is not something that is brought, that anybody's going to lean on you to do or not do. It is simply a business decision. If you want to play, here's the opportunity, and here's what it would cost from the final settlement. If you don't wish to play, then there's no cost to you, and we move on. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my first question is, you indicated that should we participate, and if the group wins, our cost would be 25%, yet
Yes, ma'am.
there is 14 plus in Florida and other school districts. Why is it 25% and not an appropriate pro rata based on the number of districts and their size, maybe?
That is the nature of mass tort litigation.
Okay,
It is very expensive litigation to maintain.
okay.
There are a bunch of very, very expensive lawyers and very, very expensive law firms all over the country that are involved in this, and they are investing heavily.
Okay.
So right now, the risk is all theirs, but if we are successful, that would be their chunk, as it were.
Okay. Is everybody paying 25%?
That has been represented to me, and I will verify
Oh.
that before we sign anything. But my understanding is that this is the contract that they have offered, the agreement they've offered to other districts.
Across the board?
But we'll make sure before we sign anything that
Sure.
we are, that we're in line with the best deals out there. Yes, ma'am.
And secondly, as our general counsel, I would have to ask you, what is your thought on this? We've always played ball, I get it.
Yes, it's.
We've always.
Yeah, this is one that, I don't see a downside to joining this litigation since essentially there's no cost to the district aside from whatever time would be involved with our money people and with our administrators trying to evaluate the value of damages that might have been incurred by the district. And I provided you with a brief memo on it. This is being brought as a public nuisance lawsuit. It's not one that I think we'd be likely to get a lot of money for what has gone before. It's likely to be more in the line of future damages, what it's going to cost to us to prevent vaping in our schools in the first place, to stop it when it does happen, to discipline it, and to get ahead of it. We don't know what those costs might be. The attorneys who have put this together are betting that it's going to be a very large number. But once again, there's no guarantee, and I don't know I don't think anybody knows what a settlement might look like. We know that the numbers in the big tobacco cases, in which some of the attorneys involved in this were also involved, were enormous. We know that some of the numbers in the big pharma cases, in which some of these same attorneys have been involved, were enormous. So there's the potential that this is a very, very big deal. And as a result of the RICO count being added, I believe that Philip Morris is now on board as a defendant. And in the past, Philip Morris's pockets have been a source of considerable funding for public entities as a result of their promotion of tobacco products, including to juveniles. This one is it's a little different because one of the theories in this case is that social media has been used by the defendants in this matter to sell, to impress, to persuade our children. So there will be new elements to this that, should it go to a jury, will likely be zipped across the plate with great speed. So my suggestion to you would be, let's sign up and see where it goes. And if we get a great result, I'm sure that our superintendent will find a way to spend that money. And if it turns out that it's nominal,
Sure.
we had a role to play in preserving the greater good.
Thank you, Mr. Bridges.
Yes, ma'am.
From my seat,
Yes.
I would encourage the participation. We deal with Juuls or vaping on a daily basis. We have heard from various organizations, American Heart Association and others who have presented before us, I know each of you hears about vaping and issues such as that in our schools. And so I would like to see us participate with the understanding that the funding and the revenue that, if any, would be aligned to address those initiatives. There are anti-vaping detection devices we could install. There's a whole educational strategy we could incorporate, but it would require additional resources. And so I think it's a unique opportunity, and it is something that we can definitely show a harm. As we've implemented random searches this year, the number one item that we are identifying are vapes. The number one item that we are finding, or that students are throwing away in the trash cans before entering the building, knowing that a screening is taking place, are vape pens. And that's without question, and everyone can attest to that. So it is rather rampant. It is something we need to address. And so I think the opportunity is there for us, again, with the understanding from my perspective, any resulting funds could be used to directly address that issue in particular through re-education and/or additional detection devices on our campuses.
I was amused a few moments ago when I heard Ms. Pasco use the phrase, I believe, responsible usage policy. I was thinking about this item coming up. This is one, there is no responsible usage of vaping products in our schools.
Correct.
And another board member had asked earlier, well, what about gummies and things like that? That may be coming too, but the difference obviously is gummies are not illegal in certain contexts. Vaping is illegal in schools, period. It is illegal for children. It is illegal for them to buy it. It's illegal for them to use it. It's illegal for them to have it at home. It's illegal to use it at school, in addition to being a disciplinary issue. But there is no responsible usage policy possible for Juul products, for tobacco products on our campuses.
Thank you.
Ms. Fields?
I think we need to do this. I think that it is evident. I have heard from many students talking about one of the issues, and I've mentioned this to Superintendent Hyde, about vaping in schools, in the bathrooms. So this is something that is relevant, something that we are dealing with, and if we can make this lawsuit stronger by joining, and if we get something out of the deal, that's wonderful. We can enhance what we already are working on. If we have read the op-ed piece in here that was written in 2020, this company at that time was the largest manufacturer of electronic cigarettes. I don't know if they still are or not. So I think we need to pursue it and go for it.
Ms. Miller?
And I know we have this, I just want to confirm that we do have the data showing that this is an issue in our schools, that we're just not jumping on lawsuits to jump on lawsuits.
We know it anecdotally. The first thing that these law firms will do when we enter the lawsuit, assuming that we do, is work with our folks to gather data that they can use to produce hard numbers that can be used in evidence.
And any proceeds gained from this, I think that we just need to make sure that's what it's used for, because I know the other lawsuit that you mentioned was such a broad description of what we actually suffered from that, but this is very targeted, and any money gained from this would have to go directly into re-education or prevention here in Polk County, I would hope.
Makes sense to me.
I've asked Mr. Butler to pull the disciplinary events for vaping. Dr. Allen?
Yeah, I'll be in support of this, and I think Ms. Miller asked a good question as we move along. It's a fine line because, we should expect student responsibility in that. Do we hold accountable stores that are actually selling to underage minors as well? I know in our household, we talk about the scents and the smells, as my kids walk by a bathroom, or, we definitely have those conversations as well. And, Mr. Bridges mentioned the fact that they were targeting youth and young adults in regards to their advertising. That's definitely a big concern. one of the resources I came across of when I was looking at this agenda item was the Stanford research into the impact of tobacco advertising. This is a great research that showcases actually and demonstrates Juul's advertising techniques from radio to social media and so forth. And what's intriguing on this as well is 2 Stanford graduates actually are the ones who created the Juul device. It was a senior media project that they did. But yeah, I'm definitely in support of this, and I think it could be a good initiative. If you remember, as board members, we just worked through that tobacco survey recently, as well as we've adopted e-cigarette policies. Is that correct? As well. So we've definitely tried to get ahead of this a little bit, but it's definitely an issue.
Well, it appears to me that these firms together have the resources to give them a very good chance of success, which is important. And I think that, once again, I don't think there's a downside to joining the litigation.
Ms. Miller, or Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, and I too, just to be on the record, would support the litigation. As I said earlier, you know, we've always played ball and just wanted to hear both our general counsel's view and our superintendent's view on what the thought is moving forward. So I too would support us being part of this upcoming litigation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next item, I'll bring Mr. Dan Talbot, Director over Athletics, up to the microphone. The next item before you for today's workshop is increased use of facilities rates. I get the impression we have not adjusted our rates in some time. Mr. Talbot has provided each of you a hard copy of his analysis and his recommendations. We do support with his analysis, and we do support his recommendations. He did do a comparative analysis against multiple school districts in here as well, so that you can see what their rate fees are and where we lied, and what adjustments need to be made. And so again, please keep in mind that rate adjustments, there are exceptions to rate fees. And so just because the rate fee says that, if you're a non-for-profit or you're a specific partner, especially youth athletics and others, there are oftentimes waivers or reduced fees that they have access to in most school districts, but I'll let them address the rest of it. So thank you for being here this morning, afternoon.
Thank you so much. With me, I brought Marissa Benjamin, who runs the Youth Facilities Department under the Athletic Department. If you recall, we came before you probably 3 or 4 years ago requesting a rate increase to our youth facilities compared to what our counterparts in to the east and west of us in our other districts. Obviously, we didn't get a chance to come back because we didn't feel it was appropriate during COVID times to really do anything about this. The nice thing about this proposal, it's really up to the superintendent and the board on when we want to implement these proposed increases to cover our costs, because right now we are losing money on our facility rentals just because of the cost, and we're seeing an uptick in people from out of county wanting to come to Polk County to use our facilities, which is causing an issue with our local vendors and our local youth leagues and stuff like that that really need to be within ourselves. And because if you look at our turf field, it's so much cheaper than anyone else. We didn't use Pinellas County or not Pinellas, but Pasco, is just because they're either a half day or full day. If you rent it for 1 hour, you're paying a half day. And we didn't really want to go down to that far and show you versus Pinellas, but we do have data, a hard copy that we will upload into board docs if you approval. But we're also finding it difficult to hire custodials to cover events. With Mulberry and Bryant Stadium, they seem to be the two hottest ticket items that we have here to offer in Polk County, and those facilities are being booked almost every single weekend, so, which is good. And like Mr. Hyde said, just because you see a price doesn't mean we're not going to work with our local youth companies and our nonprofits and our profits. The school-based administrator can always put in a request to have the fees waived if they so need to by the principal at the school, and we work with those people all the time to ensure that, you know, we offer our facilities back to our community as much as possible.
And I think when you look at the package and you look at the comparisons, even with the increases that have reflected here, we are well below what surrounding counties are charging for similar facilities. So I think that is being respectful of our community and other issues that we face. But the time is now, and it is much needed for us to increase our utilization and rental fees. Because as Mr. Talbot pointed out, it's getting more difficult to get custodians to come in, and we need to make sure that we're able to pay them a competitive rate. So, Ms. Miller, I saw your hand go up.
I just want to thank Marissa. I get to see a face now because I'm calling Dan all the time saying people are asking about facilities. Where do I send them? And so I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And so this is for all facilities, not just our football fields. I've noticed, and I was shocked to see these, even when you presented last time, how low they are, just because renting city facilities are much higher for group events or theater or whatever you're renting. So I'm in support of this with the caveat that you had mentioned that if there's a group, a nonprofit group, do they make that request to you, or is it the facility themselves? Like if it's a school site, did they decide, hey, this is a nonprofit, we've worked with them a lot, we'd like to reduce their rate? Does that mean that they need to initiate, or do they need initiate with Marissa?
Usually that comes from the school level.
Okay.
We'll get an email or a phone call, Marissa will, from the principal or the assistant principal at the school, informing us of the relationship.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
We didn't want to go, I mean, the rates not too big and be overbearing and upset our community, but we feel the rates are reasonable, respectful to our community, and it will really assist us. And one thing that, because the current fee structure allows 20% to go back to the high schools and the 80%, and that's the big question with the school district is, well, I never see that money. Well, and I know Ms. Usherall will love this, but they don't see a bill for a work order either. They don't see a bill when the football player hits the light out in the locker room because they're upset. It's just repairs, so they don't see those. But the one thing we did to incentivize our schools to open their facilities a little bit more is to increase that to 30%, but then put that into an internal account so then the principal has, because right now it goes into the supply fee, which is very difficult to get their hands on, but we wanted to up it to 30%, put it into an internal account, and have the principal have that discretion if they want to do things for kids or a program, or they have their hands on it, and it could be directly impact kids. And the principal would have the control over that to, open their facilities more and be more excited that there is funding coming in, and they're actually getting to see it instead of going into the supply fee.
Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you for that. I know we had a conversation a couple of years ago, and it was, but we don't get anything at the school level, and it's a lot of work for us, so I appreciate you taking that feedback from principals and finding a way to make it work for everyone.
Yeah, they're excited, the schools are excited. But I think the only thing that is really left to discuss is, do we wait 6 months? Do we make it immediate? Is it a year out? We don't want to just flip the switch on our program and have the fees there. We do have the opportunity, and Marissa can expand more on that, to notify that the fees will be increased and give our community and our stakeholders an opportunity to plan and share. We're not, events that are already booked, we're going to leave as is. I mean, we've already signed them up and committed, so we're not going to look to do that, but we do want ample time. We were thinking January 1st would be ample time to implement this. That way our stakeholders are well informed.
And I appreciate the fact that anything that's currently booked, and there'll be an emphasis there to get other individuals who are considering booking activities with us to do it now and commit to those. I would support, and I would make a recommendation to the board that it be a July 1st implementation. I also am going to recommend that this item come before the board every 2 years. The board may agree not to take action on changing the fees, but considering where we are competitively, it is something we need to consider, because the wear and tear on our facilities is quite considerable. And I appreciate what Mr. Talbot and the team have come up with to give schools some flexibility in those dollars. But at the end of the day, it does become a burden on facilities and operations and maintenance, and some of the damage at times can be considerable. And we're not just talking about vandalism, we're talking, or something of that nature. We're talking about something as crazy. If you remember last year, there was an individual who passed out behind the wheel drove over the Auburn, crashed through a fence, drove over the Auburndale practice field, drove over the Auburndale playing field, and then hit a car in the parking lot, a student's car, and then hit the stadium. There's a reality to repairing all of that that has to take place, and that's not something we budget for. So to be able to utilize surplus funds that come as a result of fee increases would go a long way to help us offset some of those operational costs. Ms. Miller, or Ms. Cunningham.
Okay, that's two.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Really? Two demerits?
Yes, ma'am. That's okay, I've done it to Ms. Forney and Ms. Fields for 2 weeks, 2 months as well.
Okay, so are you saying you're recommending July of next year?
When this comes before the board formally for a vote at the next meeting, I would recommend that we implement these changes July 1st of this coming calendar year. Everyone who's currently on the books would be frozen into the current fee structure, but any new applicants coming in as of July 1st, going through the second half of the school year, would go into the new fee structure.
Okay, so you're basically saying effective immediately, except for those grandfathered in because they've already booked?
Well, you could still have people booking for October, November, and December
Right.
events that would be under the current fee structure. Only those booking after January 1st, would go under the new fee structure.
Oh, dear.
January 1st.
Right, you're saying January 1st.
January 1st, I'm sorry, did I say July?
You said July twice.
It's my new medication, I'm going to blame it on that.
See what these demerits do to you? No, just joking.
The pressure, the pressure.
Okay, so I can support that if it's January 1st of 2023 and not July. That's where I was headed, okay.
We got
And I-
January 1st now.
January 1st. I
ma'am.
think that's only fair. And I would like to say, instead of waiting 2 years, I think you recommended, as far behind as we are with all of this and trying to get folks to be able to work it, to be able to clean up our custodial and so forth staff, I think this needs to be revisited annually to keep up with the times. Otherwise, you make such a, kind of like with our other fees for lunches and also health insurance. I don't think you wait 2 and 3 years and then, raise it a lot. That would be my personal thought, is to revisit it once a year, perhaps, June, whatever, so that by July 1 for the upcoming school year, we would be ready to go. I think that's probably to me, the fairest way to look at it. But I do think it should be annually, not.
That sounds great, and we'll always bring data with me to what our surrounding counties are doing, so
Sure.
we have something to look at and compare with.
Because we're going to have to continue to increase. The question is by how much, based on the economy and how we're doing, and, basically feedback from y'all, so.
Correct, and like I said, the reason why we're here so long later is because COVID did hit us.
I understand.
And it was,
I get it.
not right.
Thank you, sir.
I saw Dr. Allen's hand and Ms. Fields, please.
I just raised my hand to make sure you got my name right, just testing.
Pretty soon I'll be Mrs. Allen.
Just so you know, the ladies gave me a cheat sheet over here.
No, I appreciate this, Mr. Talbert. Do you have data on utilization, or will that come to us as a report down the road? So as we do in 2 years from now, we do the rate adjustment or ponder the potential rate adjustment, will we see, this stadium has been utilized this many times this year? So in a sense, we see like a supply and demand in a sense.
Yes, we can.
To
we
really
have
rationalize that decision.
We have access to that data, and we'll bring that at our annual meeting.
That'd be great.
All right, great, thank you.
That'd be great, thank you.
Ms. Fields?
I just want to make sure that we communicate it well to the public and let them understand what we're doing and allow them enough time to absorb it and chew on it.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
I don't know what your plan is as far as making the community aware. Probably, I would think a press release or something like that would come from PR.
Well, we can do that, definitely, but they should also have a listserv of our frequent renters, and so the information would go out to them immediately. Thankfully, for many of those organizations who rent consistently throughout the year, so I'm thinking baseball leagues, I'm thinking basketball, youth basketball, and cheer, and those have already committed, and so they already have an annual contract with us. We would honor that fee for the remainder of the school year, but any new applicants would be the ones that we would put under the new fee structure. But they could do a listserv email saying, okay, our rates are changing, this may affect you, it may not, and that way we can open the doors there. We can definitely work with Mr. Geary and his team to put out a press release as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, I'm going to invite Ms. Victoria McKenzie and Ms. Carrie Foster up to the microphone. They're going to share a summary of our reading and math interventions. Very proud of the work that Mr. Green and his team have led. They did, including Ms. Sandra Riley Hawkins, and her team did a comprehensive analysis. So, and I'm going to share some of the data with you. I think you'd be surprised at how many varied interventions we had for reading and mathematics. Very little alignment, very little intentionality behind it. We very much left it open, kind of an open marketplace approach. The problem with that, while it's nice to say let's default to the interests and needs of a school, a particular school, the problem with that is we lack consistency in implementation and consistency of practice. As students with a high student mobility, high staff mobility, issues such as that, if you think about this, if you implement a new software program or a new intervention or strategy, you have to train all the staff. Over time, the staff, you have natural attrition of staff. You have to keep retraining those staff. Those staff then goes to a subsequent school who uses a completely different intervention. They have to be retrained. The district can't keep pace with that. That issue aside, I'm proud of the fact they actually did a statistical analysis of which interventions are actually providing the greatest return, our best ROI. And so what you're hearing today is really the culmination of that work, but I didn't want to let this moment go without really highlighting the amount of work that went into this behind the scenes. And it's really important for us to have a robust intervention and enrichment process for IMTSS or RTI triangle, right? So the base of that triangle, the widest part is what everybody gets. The next level is what it's called core plus more. So fewer students require a little bit more intervention. And at the top of the tier, the smallest part of the triangle are more intensive interventions. And so what we've done is realigned all of these across the board for reading and mathematics with a high level of intentionality. And many of these, again, what you're going to hear today are solutions we've been using. But again, we have found have the greatest ROI, and so now we're expanding them district-wide so we can better support their implementation and use and overarching fidelity. So at this time, ladies, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Honorable Board, and Superintendent Hyde for this opportunity to share with you guys a little bit about the summary of reading and math interventions. I'm Carrie Foster, the Senior Director of K-12 Mathematics.
And I am Victoria McKenzie, Senior Director of K-12 Literacy. And today we're going to provide you, as Mr. Hyde said, a summary of the reading and mathematics interventions with a brief overview, the schools that have been selected, student placement, including diagnostic, and then the implementation plan that's been devised to carry us through this school year.
Schools were initially identified and tiered based on the results of their 2022 spring FSA and spring STAR data. The lowest 20 elementary schools, 10 middle, and 4 high schools were originally selected to implement corrective reading, which will be used for reading in grades 3 through 10, number worlds for mathematics in grades 3 through 5, and Math 180 for mathematics in grades 6 through 10.
So regional superintendents, after the original schools were identified, really dug in and thought about the schools that needed the most supports within their regions. And they generated a list to include additional schools so that totally rolling out this program, initially we have 30 elementary schools, 13 middle schools, and 5 high schools that will all begin implementation within the first 2 months of school. Student placement for corrective reading was based on all level 1 and level 2, or the 75% lowest of level 2 students based on FSA. This is for students in grades 3 through 10. Students coming into 3rd grade from 2nd grade, we used level 1 STAR data for them in their spring taking of that test.
And similarly, you'll see in mathematics the STAR and FSA scale scores that we used for mathematics for number worlds, and then as well for Math 180, which will be used in the foundations courses in secondary.
And then finally, our implementation plan started with the identification of schools. Schools received an overview of each of the programs. We are in the process of having teachers trained and administering placement tests, diagnostic tests for students. For corrective reading, you test into corrective reading, so it's not a blanket for every student that's a level 1 or 75% of the lowest level 2s. And then we're going to provide continued support throughout the remainder of the school year, including classroom observations, side-by-side coaching, modeling as appropriate, and then using student data to make sure that students are progressing through the program as they should.
Any questions? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Fields.
On the implementation plan, it says teachers from identified schools receive training. How would the teachers be identified? Would that be left up to the principal?
It's based on the data of the number of students at their site.
We talking about the coaching piece?
You're talking about the teachers identify, like how do we identify which teachers to go to training? Is that what you're
Yes.
asking? So it's based on the number of students that kind of fell within those cut scores and how many teachers that would actually attract that need to be available to kind of work with those students.
Additionally, within each school, what the team has done, again, much credit to our assessment accountability team, Mr. Green and the rest of the team. They did an analysis on every single teacher historically looking for patterns of student outcomes. And what we've done is we've been able to now identify multiple school-level individuals who also help coach and mentor others within their school campus, because obviously they're demonstrating a high outcome and high outcome results for their students consistently year over year. So this is part of, again, how do you create great teachers and leaders? Well, you have to encourage great teachers to stay in the classroom. This is one of the ways that we can incentivize them to grow in their profession, grow their own personal skill set, but also benefit us as a whole. Because as you know, with a teacher shortage, to pull more people out of classrooms to become full-time coaches is kind of, it's a double-edged sword. It actually hurts us more than it benefits us long-term. And so strategies such as this are far more innovative and will satisfy and address our issues. But I've been very impressed, and you'll see more, and I'll be happy to share more information with you behind the scenes as to how the analysis was conducted. But very impressed with how the team has approached this. And I think it's quite alarming they did not share the data here today with you, but I did share this story recently at a community event where our teams went out and they have been assessing students and working with individual students based off their current or former FSA scores who are level 1 readers. And we came across a student, and and everybody got very emotional when the story was shared, as they should. So we had an 8th grade student being assessed for his or her level of reading, and at one point it was realized that the student could not read. The student apologized to the adults in the room. It's not that student's responsibility or fault to have to apologize to the adults in the room because they can't read. That child's been in our system more than likely since kindergarten. If anyone failed, we failed. And we're not pointing fingers, we're not pointing, at any single individual. It's a reality that a child should not persist in our system for 8 consecutive years and still not be able to read or be approaching grade level. This child is well below grade level expectancy. And yet, that's not the only child like that. But I think it's something that we need that needs to resonate within each of us. That's the reason why we have a theme this year, The Kids Are Waiting. That child has gone with little or no support for 8 years, consecutive years. And I'm sure they had reading intervention. I'm sure they may not have. It depends on the circumstances. It depends on their test score history, the number of spaces in an intervention classroom. But those are, again, those are manifestations of excuses or barriers that we created as the adults in charge. And again, there's no one's to blame. It's just now it's a matter of ownership. We can't continue to have that. I won't have that. The team won't have that. But it's a great example of what's going on. And I'll provide you with the breakdown of students and where they're being placed. So when you look at an 8th grade student or a 7th grade student or a 6th grade student who's reading and has been placed in corrective level A, I will tell you that student cannot read at all. And I'll give you a breakdown of each level of corrective reading and what it really equates to. But I will tell you, at level A, you need to be at level C. And then once you've done well in C, you're basically exiting and you're developing stronger comprehension strategies. Level A, you're still dealing with sounds. And we have students across the district who are struggling. We're not the only district that struggles with this either. Let's not just, I won't sit here and paint a picture for Polk County that we're alone in this. but it may be one of the reasons why our overall ranking in the state for overall reading proficiency is low. And so it's time for us to start addressing this. And so again, by refining the number of interventions and increasing our intentionality behind how we do it, testing all students to place them appropriately and get them the right level of support, I think, quite honestly, the team's done an amazing job. And I don't mean to highlight reading alone, but let's be honest, the math test is largely reading assessment as well. And so kudos to the team, because this has been a task. And people don't realize what actually goes into a true programmatic evaluation. This isn't just looking at just test scores. This is looking at all kinds of factors and the statistical analysis that goes on behind it. And actually, what I'll do is I'll bring back the team to share with you actually how they approached and analyzed this data, because I think it's important, not only for you to hear, but since many of the people in our community listen to these meetings, that's why I do speak the way I speak, because I'm not sharing information with you. Most of you have the information and have the background, but I'm making sure that our community understands with full transparency how we're approaching problems and why, and the ownership that we're taking. And so again, this aligns very well with our student outcomes initiatives, developing great teachers and leaders, and everything else in our system about operational efficiencies and outcomes. So I'm very pleased at the work the team's been doing. And quite honestly, after last year, I only expect to continue to see that level of success grow each year. And I hope and pray that there'll come a day where I don't look at you or anyone else for that matter and say that we have an 8th grader who can't read. That should never happen. Never. So I don't know how much more ownership I can take than that. But kudos to you two ladies, Mr. Green, and the team. Very proud of the work that they're doing. Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. Did she slip you the right name this time?
No, I could feel her staring at me.
You could hear, okay. Just want to add to that, thank you. When we look at education as a whole, and we look at all the different subject matters that are presented at all grade levels, the one thing that is common to all of them is the ability to read. Whether it's a history question, whether it's a science question, whether it's math, it doesn't matter. The ability to read and have solid literary proficiency has been and always will be one of the most important things that I believe in, because I've seen it firsthand in our schools through the years. And when children can read, regardless of their background, regardless of, family factors and so forth, they are so better prepared to be able to do the rigor and the relevance of the work in our schools and also go on post-secondary as well, whether it's education or whether it's into the workforce. So I thank you for your approach. That's something that you're doing a little bit different than we've done in the past, but I think it's very needed because there's absolutely no excuse, as you've just said, that a young 8th grader comes to the point in our system and the child can't read. It's a disgrace. So all I can say is thank you to you, Superintendent Hyde, the team, for identifying that the single most important thing is literacy in our schools and how can we get there to help those kids who are past that, if you will, 3rd grade, I call it benchmark, as we move forward in each of the children's education. I just want to say thank you, because to me, it is the single most important thing we can do to equip our children is the ability to read and comprehend. Obviously, that goes hand in hand. Thank you, Superintendent Hyde.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ladies. Great job. Next item, I'd like to bring Miss Audrey Kelly Fritz and Ms. Scott to the microphone. They're going to share with you the update on the grades 4 through high school reproductive health education grades curriculum. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Madam Chair, honorable board members, Superintendent Hyde, thank you so much for having us. I'm Audrey Kelly Fritz.
And I'm Sherry Scott. I'm the Director for Student Services in Section 504.
And it just seems like we were just here not too long ago. But we're going to give you an updated overview of our sexuality curriculum. Most health standards cover K through 12th grade. Our health curriculum for reproductive health begins in grade 4 and continues through high school. We're here relatively soon, since we last saw you last year, because it is required by law that we come and present our curriculum for your approval. In doing so, that we do so in a publicly noticed meeting. So that's why we're here today, to present our curriculum to you. As you know, we continue to be an abstinence-based, abstinence-centered curriculum, which means we emphasize the benefits of abstinence while also providing basic information about contraceptive and disease prevention methods at age-appropriate levels in the high school. In the high school is what we're usually talking about. We have RNs that go into grades 4 through 8 and teach our reproductive health. In grades 9 through 12, we utilize HOPE course teachers to provide information. It is a district-developed program. It is very, very similar to the program we brought you last year, actually almost identical, and we'll go into that a little bit later about the differences. We provide medically accurate information and updates that we obtain from the CDC and Florida Department of Health and Florida Department of Education. Mr. Hyde directed us to perform a committee over summer, which we did, the Reproductive Health Curriculum Summer Review Committee. The committee was divided into 3 subcommittees. We had an elementary, a middle, and a high school team. Each subcommittee had 8 voting members, and actually there were consensus members. 2 for each committee were parents, 2 were teachers, 2 were medical providers, and 2 were RNs that already teach the curriculum. And this is how we found the people who served on the committee. Parents, teachers, and medical professionals were asked to apply online and if they were interested in serving. And we accepted those applications in May of 2022. There were 139 applicants. 18 were teachers, 96 were parents, and 25 were medical professionals. And we appreciate every single person that applied, and we thank every one of them. But we had to make a selection. So the first thing we decided was that they had to have a child in Polk County Public Schools. Specifically, they had to have a child that was in the grade level we were looking at reviewing. Teachers had to have experience in those specific grade levels as well. For medical experts, we looked for people with medical knowledge in the area of reproductive health. We also looked at committee representation, in areas of geography. So where in the district were they from? We tried to get a nice sampling across the district. Now, I'm going to tell you sometimes what we did, this is how it kind of looked. We had the list. There were a few of us at Mark Wilcox Center. I said, take this list. This is our criteria. Everyone pick your top 3 for each one. We all met, compared what we had, selected a primary and a backup person as well for each of those areas. And then we hoped that they accepted. There were times that people were unable to participate, and even when we went to our second person that would have served on the committee, they were unable to participate. So when that happens and our initial and backup persons weren't available, we, with little notice, we asked other committee members to fill in at that point. We met on June 2nd through the 16th during these dates. One day was for elementary, one was for 6th and 7th grade, one for 8th grade, and then one for 9th grade. They were scheduled from 6 p.m. to 8, although as we got into the older grades, they went quite much later, and thank you for the committee members who stayed and helped us so willingly and graciously. There were times that we did not get out until 9 o'clock or 9:15 at night, and they just really were right on target with everything they were talking about. These are our consensus and voting members, and we appreciate everyone that served. And we're hoping that they will continue to help us in the future. Our short-term goal of the committee was to review the curriculum and recommend changes that could be done immediately. So our most significant change would be, and there is a typo here, and I must apologize for that. It says involves combining 6th and 7th grade boys and girls. That is not the case. The most significant change is combining 6th grade girls and boys together when we teach male and female puberty. 7th grade and 8th grade are already combined when we teach that. This would move it down to the 6th grade level. The other changes can be viewed, we have an attachment that we had attached, and they were specific changes. Most of the changes made were to pictures, they were to definitions, background, some minor changes based on some medical advice from our medical providers. Now, there was one other thing we asked them to do, is to look at long-term goal changes, things that they would like to see developed. It doesn't necessarily mean that they will be put into a curriculum in the future, but they wanted to see what it would look like to develop those things. Some of those possibilities in the future, not this year, but maybe in a future year, are purchasing more quality, up-to-date videos. We understand that is an issue, and we are looking into that. Creating a more unified PowerPoint from 4th grade all the way to 12th grade, to 10th, to high school. Adding refresher lessons possibly for 11th and 12th grade, because a lot of times the last time they see someone is in Hope course in 9th and 10th grade, and having that little push maybe in 11th or 12th grade, they thought that might help some of our numbers, like our STD numbers, bring those down somewhat. Expanding possibly the 8th grade curriculum to begin discussions on family planning, and adding information concerning consent to high school lessons. And so those are some of the recommendations they made, and those would be something that we might look to develop further this year to see if they could be incorporated in the future. We are continuing our grades just as we always have. In grade 4, we cover puberty for boys and girls split. In grade 5, we cover the endocrine system, the immune system. We add in HIV. We continue to talk about puberty for girls and boys. They are split and separated for that puberty content. We continue to talk about puberty in 6th grade. This is where the change would come, the biggest change would come in for this year, is combining boys and girls together for the puberty content. And at that point in 6th grade, fertilization and birth is introduced, and HIV. This is the exact same curriculum overall that we taught last year. The same for 7th grade, same curriculum. We review the reproductive systems. We talk about HIV. We add in teenage dating, violence, abuse prevention, and we teach more about sexually transmitted illness, disease and illnesses. In 8th grade, we continue the reproductive system review. We continue talking about sexually transmitted diseases and HIV. We also continue talking about teenage dating, violence, and abuse. But we add in the consequences of teen pregnancy at that point. And by 9th grade, they continue to build on your reproductive system, talking about that. They continue to talk about HIV and sexually transmitted diseases and illnesses, pregnancy prevention, and they add contraceptives and family planning in the context of marriage. At that point, we also teach about human trafficking and unhealthy relationships. That is done through the HOPE course. Throughout, a parent has a remedy should they choose not to want their children to do any part of the lesson, whether in whole or in piece. They can fill out a form, an opt-out form, and this is an example of one opt-out form that we have, and they easily just fill that out and return it to the school. There's also a way that they can do that online as well. And so at this point, I turn it to you for any questions that you may have.
Ms. Fields?
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to know, why are you recommending that 6th grade no longer are separated for puberty discussion?
Well, there are a couple of reasons. Number one, it makes it easier to schedule and also to keep that schedule. For example, right now, 2 nurses have to go out and they have each separate classroom. If one of them gets ill, that means both cannot have that lesson that day. That's one reason. The other reason is because that way we can teach all of the children at one time, and quite frankly, depending on how they identify or don't identify, they're all taught exactly the same thing at the exact same time, and that's something that, as a school, it is dealt with consistently.
We also did speak with our medical professionals, and that was their recommendation as well, that we start to look at those lessons together, because the content of the lesson for boys and girls is nearly identical. And so the lesson being taught together did make sense from a medical perspective, and it's consistent with what other districts our size are doing.
I understand the staffing. I just know that going from elementary to middle school, they're very giddy.
They are.
And very immature, but sixth graders. So I would find that would be interesting.
Yes, ma'am, and we agreed with that, and so did the people on the committee felt the same way. And we have a way that they can ask any question they want without actually having to ask it in the open, that they can put it in a little box. Every nurse has a different way that they can do that, so that she can look through the questions, answer them one at a time, and filter out the ones that may need to be handled on an individual basis. And she can answer those questions without making anyone feel embarrassed or insecure.
That was one of the biggest suggestions from the committee, is that our sixth graders in particular needed a way to ask questions privately, because if it's their first lesson together, they might be reluctant to speak up. And so we wanted to make sure we built that into our system.
Yes, ma'am, I read that. Thank you. And then the other thing is on the executive summary, I think it's next to the last page, the second paragraph. I think it references that the sixth graders are going to be separated for puberty content, but if that's going to change, it should not be.
Right, they should not be separated for puberty
So
content.
that just needs to be.
I'm sorry, I will
No,
correct
no
that.
problem. I just.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
for
ma'am.
pointing that out to me. Thank
For
you.
the very great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
As a parent of a sixth grader, I can't support that being done together, only because I think it inhibits girls from talking when you do that, if you put both together in the same classroom. So that's the only issue that I have with this. And I also would like for you to explain how this aligns with the Florida Department of Education's standards, so people that are listening understand where this comes from.
Okay, absolutely. It aligns with many of the health standards from fourth grade, fifth grade, all the way up, and we do have that listed and available, and we will make sure that we post those to our website so that anyone can review those. But in all honesty, we try to get as many standards hit as possible, so I couldn't, without it being in front of me, tell you exactly which standards are covered for each lesson. But we do have them, and we will make sure those are posted for everyone to see.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Hello, Ms. Fritz.
Hello.
How are you? It's been a while since both of our daughters were at this age that we're talking about, right? Both of them moved on in college and doing great things. So I can support this. Obviously, when our girls were going through, it was a little bit different time, and I think as times are changing and things are evolving, I really feel that it used to be such a joke because the boys would go into theirs, and then the girls would go into theirs, and then they'd meet at lunch, and the giggles would go on. So, and actually, my daughter came home one day and said, why do they do them so differently when it really should be done together so that I can hear and learn and that person can hear and learn? So reflecting back on some of those conversations at our family dinner table, I just want to applaud you all for working as hard on such a sensitive subject. Everybody's got an opinion on it, we all know that. But I know that you're doing the very best that you can, having been there. And I just want to say thank you, and I can support this going forward, realizing that we have to adapt with the times, not necessarily changing all curriculum. You've made some things you've added, which I think are very important. The human trafficking piece, sexually transmitted disease, things that are more difficult to discuss. And then that way, when maybe the kids come home, they can ask more questions, and then their parents can elaborate appropriately. So I just want to say thank you for a job well done, and blessings to you and your family.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you. I first want to say thank you for not making our teachers teach some of this, because my sister taught in another district before moving to Polk, and that was her biggest complaint, is that at fifth grade, she had to teach their health lesson. So I just want to say thank you for keeping our nurses doing it, because that is definitely the most appropriate person to be teaching this lesson, so thank you. As far as asking questions for sixth grade, I know you mentioned that some may write it down. Is there any way to make the questions something that they can do electronically? I just know even with adults, when we have meetings, having, obviously if one person writes down a question and goes and puts it in the box, that's their question. So I don't know if there's any way with either QR code or with everybody having devices now that we could make that electronic, so it's a little bit not quite so obvious who's submitting questions and where they're coming from.
We did have that discussion with the committee. That suggestion, that exact suggestion was brought up by some members of our committee. We did put that on our list for long-term changes to consider because it will require some training for our nurses, first of all, and then creating an actual mechanism. We know that with the one-to-one device rollout that we're in the process of doing, it makes that type of question and answer modality much more convenient.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Well done. Next item before the board, I'll take is strategic plan goals 3, 4, and 5. As the board recalls, last meeting I addressed strategic plan goals in student outcomes and developing great teachers and leaders. Just one more reminder, and to make sure that we are being very transparent with our community, student outcomes is comprised of 2 components. It's comprised of initiatives listed here. It's also inclusive of an expanded strategic plan with academic goals that are broken out by demographic subgroup for each one of those demonstrated areas. And we covered everything, including acceleration rate, AP participation, enrollment, and we have dual enrollment in there. We have, again, all the core academic areas. So I think it's important to point that out, that while it's not explicitly stated in student outcomes, it lives as a separate document, which is really the driver. And then what the strategic plan goals and initiatives do is how do we best support those student outcomes that we identified. Today, I'm going to briefly summarize for you the 3 remaining goal areas: engaging families and community members, efficient and equitable use of finances or resources, and the whole child. The board did receive a comprehensive Excel spreadsheet of all goal areas as well as a copy of both presentations. So for goal 3, families and community members, about how do we engage them best, there really are 3 comprehensive strategies: establishing a culture that's more collaborative, transparent, and student-centric. You've heard me reference this most frequently as moving family members and community partners from being passengers in education to truly being partners in education. Creating a welcoming, respectful, and responsive environment for all stakeholders that leads to improved communication, transparency, and meaningful engagement. Strategy 2 is really all-encompassing in regards to the fact that it will also include customer service training. It's more frustrating. I think, quite honestly, we probably get more complaints about the lack of somebody answering a phone. When a parent or a stakeholder is frustrated with something, they really just need an answer and an explanation. And so at times, they're very frustrated when they call and they attempt repeated calls and nobody picks up or nobody returns a call, or someone basically, they get bounced around. And so that increases their frustration level. But also making sure that when we are responding to stakeholders, we're doing so in a way that's driven by customer service understanding, and we're here to support them. They are partners with us. We're not in opposition to people who are calling, and there are going to be frustrations that occur on any given day, whether it's with food service or transportation or any number of factors. In a district this large, you're always going to have a stakeholder or more that's having an issue, and quite honestly, our job is to work to address those and rectify them. In Strategy 3.3, we want to continue to expand and ensure alignment between district strategic plan and our community, government agencies, entities, non-for-profit groups, and business initiatives. We made progress in that this year. If you recall, we returned to our annual meeting with the county so that we can be partners in long-term planning for our county, because that's incredibly important, because really the growth that we are seeing right now is impacting all of us equally, and we all need to be at the table having conversations. And so our strategic plan very much should align to the interests and needs of our community. We began that analysis with Portrait of a Graduate, and also by looking at our schools, school improvement plans, to make sure that what we're supporting are things that are aligned and identified by our schools as being of high interest or high need. So what you see here are some samples, or really is the listing. Increasing financial transparency by means of an Inside PCPS website and a newsletter. One of the other strategies for increasing financial transparency we talked about was creating a dashboard. So once the board approves an annual budget, what we hope to be able to produce internally, and sorry, Ms. Pasco, is we would create a dashboard that shows progress towards expenditures so that people see. And I don't think that our community always understands, because again, we don't always do the best job in advertising this information. We do talk about it all the time. at our school board meetings, but we need to make it front-facing or public-facing. What percentage of our revenue, for example, goes to salaries and benefits? What percentage goes to energy management? What percentage goes to transportation costs? So really putting that information front-facing for our community will go a long way to increase our transparency for engaging our family and community members. Developing and implementing a marketing strategy to highlight the half-cent sales tax projects, academic outcomes, and other topics. If I hear anything from our community, and interestingly enough, it was reflected in a recent survey that was conducted, the biggest thing that I hear from our community, frustration in regards to this specific issue, is we spend 95% of our time addressing 5% of the topics that we're confronted with, when we really need to flip that. We need to spend 95% of our topics celebrating all the amazing accomplishments and the magic that happens in our school settings on any given day. And that's bringing more attention to our students. And we're already making progress in that area. And so I'm pleased about that. And then the half-cent sales tax was something that Dr. Allen and others had said to us that, can we make sure that there's a billboard in front of these schools, or at least, or a vinyl flyer up on the fence in front of these schools that says, hey, the work being done here is funded by the half-cent sales tax, so taxpayers get this constant reminder of where their money is going, and they can see it in real time. Renewing and expanding the District Advisory Council to serve in a stronger advisory role and ensure representation from across the district. That's something that's already up and running. I'm going to skip around. Developing the 411 newsletter. So starting this month, the board, because I wanted to wait till the board saw this initiative, we'll start sending out a 411 to all stakeholders. What was talked about at the board meeting? Provide a brief summary and then linking them back to any attachments. So this will go out to both parents and guardians. This will also go out internally to staff, because that way they can stay apprised of the different things that we're talking about in school board meetings, whether it's the workshop or it's an actual board agenda where a vote is taken, we can affirm to our stakeholders, this is what transpired last night. Developing parent university seminars. This is a huge new initiative for us within all of our respective areas. And so, for example, I'll pick on Ms. Castles for a moment and special education. We really need to create parent universities that either happen quarterly or every month, and I think we'll build to each month, where there's a topic or a theme for our parents to come to and get more information. You could see parent universities for graduates or upcoming graduates starting in their junior year, or really more importantly, maybe their freshman or their sophomore year. How do I plan college trips and tours? What's the process that's entailed there? How do I apply for my FAFSA? Those types of information. We need to create more opportunities, and it can be a combination of both in-person and virtual. Or we can record the in-person seminars, or we can create a video series that goes along with it. But we need to create those opportunities for open communication and dialogue, and give our parents more information and resources to feel like they're more informed, and that they're actually partners with us in their child's education and their outcomes. We need to create opportunities for our parents and guardians to do more mentoring and tutoring. I think it's great. We have a large number of parents who really want to volunteer in our schools. I think what's more often than not, as a middle school educator, as a middle school administrator, what we see is a high level of interest in elementary school, and then a high level of interest, again, in high school. Middle school kind of becomes the desert for volunteer and supports. And part of that is our own fault. We don't really give parents meaningful things to participate and do in middle school. So if we can create an opportunity to train parents on how to be reading tutors and supports and mentors through some of our external partners, it doesn't have to be through the district. The whole intention behind bringing partners here is to make those connections for business partners or parents to find something that they're aligned to. And it could be something as simple as several of our schools have reading pals, where they bring in trained dogs or other pets, and the student just simply sits on the floor. It's very calming, and students just read. And so we could see that we could create and expand those types of programs, but we got to create more opportunities for our parents to feel that they're really involved in our schools. Developing committee for efficiency audit, we've talked about that, making suggestions to address areas of need, relaunch our school choice fair for all levels. I know it's not called a school choice fair, for all levels, to help families explore options for their child based on their interests and talents. And really what we want to be able to do there, and it's aligned to another one with, there's an app that's listed in here. So what we want parents to be able to do is take their child's interest or traits, or have the student themselves do it, go through this filtering system that at the end of it, it tells them, listen, you're an elementary student, here's your interests, or you're new to Polk County, here are your interests. Based off what you indicated, these are all the programs we have that might specifically address your interest, whether it's an academy or a career or career pathway or just a standard school with a program of study. We want to make that alignment more seamless and easier for our families to participate in. And so what we would help to do is do an elementary-based program. I don't have an interest at this time in doing one K-12 program for our school to highlight our school choice fair, but to do one for elementary and one for secondary, and then immediately on the third night, so if you imagine first night's for elementary, second night for middle high, third night should be college fair. So it kind of builds, and again, getting back to what Cognia asked us to do, was create that college-bound going culture or post-secondary culture for our students and our families to participate in. Jumping to the next slide, and again, I'm kind of bouncing around, so if there's one you'd like to ask questions about, I'd be more than happy to expand on it further. You see there in the middle of the page, creating the app to allow students and families to align their interests with academy or magnet programs, realigning our workforce development to better promote internships, externships, and opportunities, ensure summer hours accommodate family needs and remain convenient for their schedules, explore online registration and residence verification to streamline the process for families and staff members, developing a video repository of lessons to provide parents and guardians with the tools needed to assist their children at home. We did something similar to that. We had a math adoption. We created a math video for every single benchmark and standard for every grade level in mathematics, in English and in Spanish. And we posted online, so if parents are at home, they don't recall how to do something. And again, and I hate to bring this up because it's kind of considered a slur at this point. When we talked, for example, if you remember Common Core, and all the different strategies we were trying to teach students for mathematics, because we were trying to teach students to better understand mathematical concepts, not just memorize mathematical concepts. A lot of parents had never done a box and whisker and things like that. So, you know, we had to be able to have tools that parents could understand, okay, why are you being asked to do it this way, and how do I help you without raising the frustration level. But we do need to get to a video repository for many of our assignments and things so parents feel more confident. Think about Khan Academy and how many students at high school do that. Why can't we apply that same concept K through 12 for everyone? Developing open office hours in one location for leaders within the exceptional student education department to allow for increased support and consistency for staff and schools. We've talked about creating a repository of community-based supports that can be used by families when needed. We're building towards that. That was, again, the highlight of having at least two of our community partners present at each one of the workshops, so that at the end of that, there'll be one culminating website where all of our resources will be listed for our families, so they can access it there. So that was goal number 3. Any questions about goal number 3? I'll go in chunks. It's easier. Dr. Allen.
Rich, I mean, I was just over at Lakeland Chamber, and I mean, obviously you've been talking about the app to people around our district because they're already excited about that. In regards to choice and filtering in regards to the academies and those decisions for parents, love the scaffolded, you know, choice fair in a sense and how you were describing that. And I'm trying to visualize the finished document. So as, you know, will these, in a sense, be numbered? Is there a timeline that you'll have for each? And then, you know, the second question would be on some of them, like, for example, we have develop and support training modules to better support customer care. That's an initiative, but will that have some type of a target, like a goal in a sense? And I'm thinking of the SMART goal process.
Absolutely. So all of these were delayed because of DAC. So the District Advisory Committee, what I didn't want to do was solidify all of the initiatives without them having a voice in our strategic plan. So all you see here are initiatives that are launching in year 1. The majority of these initiatives will culminate in year 1. There are a handful that we will identify, for example, developing a video repository of lessons for everything K through 12 is going to take us a lot longer than 1 year. So absolutely there'll be a timeline associated with these. But again, I wanted to get your initial impressions and feedback so that I could do that. But if you recall, when we first talked about strategic plan, everything should be measurable. Everything needs to have an outcome. And so next to these, you'll see departments, you'll see a timeline, and you'll see what the deliverable is. Mrs. Crowley, in her new role, taking over strategic planning and partnerships, will actually have the responsibility of now meeting with each one of these departments and creating a list of what deliverables they will have to submit and then a timeline for their completion. But all of these, you'll get updates throughout this first year so that you know we're remaining on track. First year's typically exploratory. What do we do? Our current practices, our current policies, and if something's missing, you know, how do we revisit that? And so moving forward, you'll see far more explicit information about concrete deliverables and timelines.
Great, exciting.
Ms. Wyatt.
When you presented goals 1 and 2, I believe each of the, it almost looks like an Excel file, but instead of the first column, we had what departments would be executing it.
Yes,
Could
ma'am.
we get that information for 3, 4, and 5?
Yes, ma'am.
At your convenience, thank you.
Absolutely. Ms. Fields.
I was going to ask the same thing, but in addition to that, can you kind of expound a little bit on the realign workforce development to promote internships, externships, and other opportunities?
There's a lot of confusion out there right now about workforce development, a lot of frustrations that are building or have built up over the years about workforce development, and mixed messages at times that we apparently give. And whether that's our communication or how it's interpreted, there needs to be a realignment there. So for example, summer internships. There's a frustration that we are very restrictive in the timeline in which summer internships can take place, and it should not be the case. We need to be a little bit more flexible there. Some companies, because we required that students be paid a minimum of $15 an hour, felt that they couldn't participate because they weren't willing to pay an intern for a short period of time or whatever specified period of time at that rate, without knowing that we were supplementing that. So the district has funds that we have, and we can supplement for some of those companies. In other areas, we continue to hear a request from the community. We need more HVAC mechanics. We need more CDL licensed drivers. We need, and I'm talking more along the trades lines, but even in higher academia, we're starting to hear we need more engineers who can help us with surveying. And the degree and the assessment that goes behind that license is quite extensive and quite difficult. And I think it's well and good for the community to tell us what their needs are, but there's a disconnect. Because unless we're able to place students in internships where they can explore those careers, it's hard to drive an interest. Because then I can only rely on the intrinsic motivation of a student versus creating an atmosphere where students can go to kind of an open marketplace and experience different internships or externships and really strengthen their interest in what they want to pursue post-high school. And so that's part of this as well, is how do we create those? I've talked with several of our community leaders. Let's talk civics for a moment. So we're going to be we're very fortunate that Polk State University received a large grant from the state to help develop a stronger, more robust civics program with us. And we've been working at that now for a little over 3 to 6 months. But the goal for that is how do we place students then within some of our communities as in their leadership role to learn more about civic responsibility? Can they work in the mayor's office? Can they work with others and have a paid internship or a partially paid internship? So it's important for us to do that. And the reason why we set for complete transparency, the reason we set the bar at $15 an hour is I want my students to make just as much in an internship as they would at McDonald's. And it's not fair to put students in a place where, well, you can get this great internship, but we're only going to pay you $6 an hour, or you can go work at McDonald's this summer. The economy there, the economics of that doesn't work for our students, and many of which may have to work to help supplement the income of their families. So we're striving to expand the number of opportunities for our students.
Well, I think that the idea of not knowing by a lot of people is not really having the tools or the ability to see what we have, if that makes any sense, and going to our programs firsthand. Because I know when I've spoken to people and we talk about the academies and other opportunities, they have no clue. And so I don't know. I think it's just something that we have to continue to work on and help people understand that a lot of the things that they say that we aren't doing, we are in fact doing.
Correct. And it's about alignment and communication at this point. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Okay. Moving on to goal number 4, efficient and equitable use of resources or finances. Strategy 4.1, ensuring that the use of district funds is transparent, strategic, and aligned. Strategy 4.2, distribute district-wide programs and resources in an equitable and consistent manner. We've started to make progress here. For example, it's my favorite example, CFAA. We now have a CFAA West and we have a CFAA East. And then strategy number 4.3, deploy information technology that supports the academic instructional needs of all students, teachers, and district staff. And we had a very lengthy conversation earlier about that today with one-to-one. But it's also about ensuring, and Ms. Pasco has the unenviable task of making sure that there are program-specific needs. And so while it's well and good that we're deploying Dell or HP laptops for secondary, and we're also deploying iPads at the elementary level, there are certain STEM programs or engineering programs or even our music and performing arts programs that rely heavily on Apple products for editing and video editing and music editing. And so for those programs, we also have to balance the needs there. So when we talk about that, that's where the equity comes in. How do we make sure the programs have what they best need to support their outcomes? So some of the other initiatives that would support those goals: developing a comprehensive 5 to 10-year preventative maintenance plan schedule that takes into consideration the life expectancy of all large mechanical systems, seal coating, striping, exterior courts and tracks, painting, interior and exterior, and roofing. Some of this we already have in place, others we don't. So for example, many of you can attest to the fact that when you visit a school, it seems like because of the Florida sun and our weather, seal coating is an issue. Because if we don't seal coat on a regular basis, then we start to have, the asphalt starts to degrade, it starts to crumble, it creates potholes, and it becomes a larger maintenance issue rather than embracing more of a preventative maintenance issue. That is not, again, a reflection on anyone. It's just simply where I would like to take us and explore this and bring this back to the board. You notice I said 5 to 10 years because there's also an economic aspect here. I'd love to say every school's going to get real seal coated and striped every 5 years, but the number of schools we have and in the budgeting constrictions, we have to make sure that we bring you a plan that can actually be supported. Exploring cost savings associated with transitioning schools to light sensors and other energy-saving strategies. We have these in some schools. We don't have them in all schools and offices. Developing a 10-year comprehensive analysis of each school site and its energy consumption. Explore options to help reduce operating costs. I've been in school districts. I've actually been a benefit of a program similar to what I'd like to see us look at. And so what a previous district I worked in as a building principal did was they actually looked at my school's consumption across the district. They looked at all school consumption for a 3 to 5 year period of time, and then they incentivized us to reduce our energy consumption, where the school got to keep a percentage of whatever savings we had each year for 3 years, and they slowly weaned us off, but the incentive was there. And I'll tell you, in year 1, it was a considerable amount of money that I was able to get reimbursed for, and it forced us to be a little bit more strategic, and I'll use an example. Our school was largely a one-building campus, so everything was inside. And so what I did was I worked with our custodians, and I said, okay, what sections do you clean first? And he said, well, I send 2 custodians to this wing and 2 custodians to this wing, and then we all meet in the cafeteria and finish up there. And I said, well, the way the school was zoned for HVAC and power utilization, it was done by wings. And I said, so why don't we send everybody to this wing, get it done? How long would it take you if you put all 8 staff there? And he gave me a timeline, and I scheduled each zone to meet that timeline, and then we saved a considerable amount of money just looking at it that way. And being more, and they also transitioned to some new software that we needed to look at that allowed us to better track our maintenance repair orders, but also allowed us to better track at the school level. I got to see my energy consumption, and as a building principal, if I were home, I could log in and see, oh my goodness, we left the gymnasium air conditioning on. I need to turn that off, or I need to lower it so that it's not burning through all of our energy consumption. And so, but again, incentivizing our schools to do the right thing. So there's an option there. We're just exploring the topic, but I think it's one worth looking at. We are replacing water filters with touchless bottle filling stations using our ESSER funds. We just finalized, if I recall correctly, we finalized the bidding process for that. So installations should begin relatively soon as they start to get shipped. There's always some delays in the supply chain right now. because these are high-demand items. We're not the only ones competing for them, but we'll start to see them slowly trickling in, and Ms. Usher's team's prepared to be able to begin installing those. And we already have our first site selected, and we'll announce more about why that school is selected as we get closer to the installation date. We're reviewing all contracted service agreements to evaluate their continuation or other options to address areas of need. I signed an inordinate amount of paperwork every day, if not every week, and a lot of those are CSAs, contracted service agreements. One example that didn't pan out, and I want to share this one because it brings credence to why we need to explore these, because we don't want to make assumptions that, okay, I see a lot of contracted services for fine and performing arts. We pay accompanists, we pay set designers, we pay choreographers, and so what I asked Ms. Cummings to do, I said, Beth, I really want you to look at these comprehensively and tell me, do we spend enough on each one of these roles that we should hire someone full-time and maybe save money and have them, do other things, but part of their primary role would be to support these our schools for their fine and performing arts programs. And she did it. And what we found was it's far more efficient to do it the way we're currently doing. But that's a good thing, right? So the analysis proved what we're currently doing makes a lot more sense. And really what we find is a lot of these are supplemented by our own staff and employees. It's not a full-time position, and it varies greatly. And it could vary every year depending on the types of performances that are being done. Some years you may need, I hate to say this, but I don't know the right term for it. I wish Ms. Cummings were here. But some years, if you're doing a play or performance that involves sword play, you have a very specialized choreographer that has to come in for that. I think it's a tactical choreographer versus a dance choreographer. And so to hire someone, assuming they'd have all those skills, may not be the best outcome for us. So we are looking at all CSAs, and we have found some that, quite honestly, I've used one that didn't yield results, but we have found others where we have become overly reliant on certain things, and we need to find other solutions to that, because year after year of contracting with someone to perform a service for us, because internally we keep saying we don't have the skill set. Now, I can understand that for a year or two. I really can. 5 or 6 years, you start to ask questions. Why aren't we building internally the skill set so we don't have to keep contracting this? And so those are the realities of what we're seeing. Having come across multiple examples of that, we are doing a comprehensive review of all CSAs. You've actually received a preliminary copy of all of those CSAs. At least well over a month ago, I provided you with a copy of that. And I think you see the totality of everything that's there. Now, many of the CSAs are for small amounts, $200, $500. But when you have 2,500 CSAs in a year, it adds up. And so I think, again, to make sure that we're doing our responsibility of being good stewards with taxpayer money and federal dollars and state dollars, we need to make sure that we're doing that level of analysis. We do have hand sanitizers. For example, when COVID first hit, we have pallets of hand sanitizer dispensers, similar to what you see behind Mr. Bridges. And we have pallets full of sanitizer bags of the solutions. But they haven't been installed in all of our classrooms. And so part of this is, if it's sitting there, why not install them? And then we get a savings, because we also started purchasing gallons of hand sanitizer to put in classrooms, but we already had a hand sanitizer solution. And so some of this was because of donations, some of it's because of the way the federal funds were funneled into the district. But again, trying to find better alignment and better utilization of our existing resources is incredibly important. Next page, developing a system ensures that all support staff connect to teachers and administrators regarding services being provided and the next steps. So part of this is, as staff go into schools, there's a breakdown at times in communication. So if I come in from the district and I'm coaching and I decide to go in and Mr. McNaughton is a science teacher in 7th grade and I'm a district science coach or curriculum lead, and I go in because I know Mr. McNaughton needs some additional assistance based off his evaluation last year, and I'm coaching him and I'm working with him on a specific strategy, it doesn't behoove him to then have his administrator come in, do a classroom observation, and identify 3 completely different things that Mr. McNaughton needs to focus on. So part of this is rectified by having that feedback conversation that prior to their leaving the school, and I know Ms. Miller has expressed frustrations, especially as it relates to exceptional student education services, that we really want them to do a check-in with the building principal before they leave and share, here's what I was doing today, here's what my follow-up is, and in my absence, until I come back next week, would you mind looking for the following things? Those look-fors, providing our administrators with some intentionality to support what they're doing in coaching in the classroom or with an individual is incredibly important. We've already talked about implementing the efficiency audit, review and revise contracted service bid process to improve local applications and improve competition. Many times we are not seeing a lot of our local vendors participating in our bid process. So this is an interest that several board members have spoken to me about over the last few months. And so it's important for us to make sure that our bid process is open and it's receptive. And if there's something about our bidding process that needs to be reviewed and revised to make it easier for applications to be submitted. Now, there are some minimum qualifications that we will not retreat from. For example, the types of bonded insurance that they have to have before performing works for us. We're not going to retreat from that. So setting that high bar, it is what it is because it protects us and it protects our taxpayers. But there should be a way for us to increase local competition and local submission of applications. Developing an equipment exchange program to provide resources for teachers to utilize. So for example, our warehousing is one small example of what might fall under this. We have several warehouses where we store FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And so we need to create an online kind of web store. So if a teacher's looking for a particular piece of equipment, they can look on one centralized portal and say, oh, it's here. Can I have it delivered to my school and I'll use it? And then we reassign it that way. Establish a differentiated pay committee to develop proposals for consideration. As we've hit the threshold for the $15 an hour minimum across all groups and for the $47,500 across our instructional group, what we need to start addressing more aggressively is compression. And so we need to have some pay committees to really start addressing differentiated pay and salary compression committees. As you see below that, it's incredibly important for us to start focusing on those areas. That'll be done in collaboration with PEA and with others. And again, that's an opportunity that if there's a board member who has an interest in school finance or those that they'd like to serve on that committee, welcome to do that. I also come to board members and ask you if there's somebody from the community that you'd like to sign or ask to participate as we do for other committee. But differentiated pay is also about, we used to have differentiated pay in Polk County a number of years ago. Differentiated pay takes into consideration not only the size of a school, but the job duties and responsibilities that typically fall within the school. Being a principal in a Title I elementary school and a non-Title I elementary school, depending on the circumstances, can be two completely different experiences. And quite honestly, two completely different burdens. And we have turnaround specialists that we've now developed and grown over the years very successfully. And kudos to the team for having done that and the foresight that we had to develop that skill set in many of our individuals. But should they be compensated differently? Because they have that unique skill set. And when the state comes and says somebody has to be replaced, we have to have a proven leader with a track record of turnaround success. Those are far and few between. We've been building that cadre, but many of you have dealt with me having to call you this year and saying, oh, we got to move so-and-so, we got to move somebody else. And so there's a reality to that. So I believe there should be differentiated compensation for those individuals. So we'll talk more about that. But again, this will be a recommendation that comes before the board. But developing the committee and exploring those options are different things. Finally, the whole child, let me stop there. I'm sorry. Were there any questions about goal number 4, efficient and equitable use of resources? Ms. Miller.
Only because this is my background and we've talked about this. Ooh, I didn't do that. And Ms. Castles is here making a lot of changes, but there is a lot of equitable uses of resources that need to be addressed in student services specifically, and we've talked about that. Even how we have such a need for therapists, but we can't find them. Is there alternative ways to hire people, part-time? We've got to be able to find, instead of spending all this money on contracted services that may or may not work. So I feel like that's such a huge department that it would take an entire team to solve that, and she's working to do that, which I'm so thankful for. But I think we're going to find a lot of areas specifically with that, with usage of adaptable equipment and how it's used effectively, how we're purchasing it, there's just so many avenues that those will also be addressed as well correctly.
I want to be very clear. This is why it's the 3 to 5 year plan.
Right.
And not the 1 year plan, because there's no way for us to address. Ms. Castles, we appreciate you. We don't want you going
I appreciate
anywhere.
you. Please do not leave. Thank you.
So there's a reality to how to best address it. And the way you eat an elephant is one bite at a time. So that's really what we're trying to do. And again, there will be many times where we find that what we currently do and the process we have in place is the best process to have. But as an organization, we always have to be reflective. And I'm appreciative of the opportunities for us to explore. And there are areas that need to be addressed. You're absolutely right. So, all right, last goal, whole child. 5.1, facilitate and align effective wraparound services for students based off individual needs. Strategy 5.2, encourage positive behaviors and respect towards others and ensure safe environments throughout the school district. Strategy 5.3, expand academic opportunities for all students to ensure that each child has opportunities to explore areas of interest that lead to college and career readiness. So there's a lot within the whole child, and this is why, initially it didn't resonate with some of our community members, and I think over time, with explanation, it's about ensuring that every kid has a real experience in our school settings, that it has an educational opportunity to explore various aspects of education that at times are limited to a handful. So one example is developing a field trip list that for grades 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, there should be certain field trips that we want, and when we look at it, it would be a spiraling kind of curriculum approach so that every student gets to see a dance recital, every student gets to see a choral ensemble, every student gets to see a play, a musical. And I think exposure to those types of opportunities, going to a museum, going to our own aviation museum over by CFAA. There's so many things here that are part of both Florida history and Polk history and culture that our students may not get an opportunity to see. And it's not just simply because of affordability. At times it's just time. And so can we incorporate those as part of the standard curriculum so that we can develop better, well-rounded students? And I think it's incumbent upon us, again, to look for those opportunities. Expanding program options and opportunities for students and extracurricular activities. You saw us do that already. So some of this is already an extension of the work Mr. Talbot's already brought to you. New gender opportunities, equitable opportunities across the board, volleyball, bowling, and others that's been very well received. And there's a lot of excitement building around that. You see the gaming option and what opportunities we can explore there. But we also need to look for, and we talked about this in particular with the gaming topic, that we need to see better, a more expansive inclusion of those, that they need to be demographically representative of our communities, and it's not right now. And so how do we work towards that? So that's also about how do we create student extracurricular activities. There are students right now who don't participate in bands simply because of the fees associated with an instrument. Not because of lack of talent, not because of lack of interest, but if you went out and tried to buy a French horn, there's $5,000. I mean, they're not cheap for a new one, and you can lease them and those types of things, but even leasing them can become a barrier to our students. So we need to make sure that we're creating opportunities for more students to participate in extracurriculars, and sometimes it means finding the extracurricular opportunity that excites them. And I think Mr. Talbot's a great example of how he's been exploring that by surveying students, what other things should we be offering? Developing elementary athletic programs for after-school and summer sessions, not to compete, but to provide a wellness approach for our students. Expanding after-school and before-school childcare options for our families. I hear that request quite a bit from our families. Expanding summer enrichment opportunities for students and families. Not summer school per se for academic recovery, but summer enrichment opportunities for kids to explore new venues, new avenues. STEM robotics is a great one. It's very popular. Why not look to incorporate that as a summer program for many of our students and families? Developing goals to address disparities in participation rates in academic and extracurricular activities. Why do we see demographic deserts in certain areas of AP, dual enrollment, honors classes, or in other extracurricular activities? Review the student code of conduct and provide training to address how it's to be applied to all student groups. If there's ever a complaint about student discipline, it's ensuring that we apply the same rule and the same consequence to all students fairly and equally. That's the only complaint I typically hear. Maintaining positive relationships with students and families, providing students with the necessary tools to make healthy lifestyle choices, For example, nutrition, exercise, and whatnot, that's typically done through the health curriculum. Collaborate with staff members to discuss student strengths and success for supports inside and outside the classroom. How do we create true wraparound services? And I know that you, along with others, continue to hear that there's a glut of wraparound services and providers here locally and across our state. Continue to analyze and assess student discipline data to determine cause of referrals. Are there ways that we can work with students to be more preventative? Review annually the code of conduct with the code of conduct committee. That's an important strategy for us. Annually provide the code of conduct supervision plan training to all deans and assistant principals. Mr. Butler did that this year. I was able to participate for a brief period of time. It was very well received by the staff, trying to address many of the misnomers that are out there and working closely with Ms. Castles and others about issues related to student discipline specific to her area. Developing a comprehensive 10-year plan for all career technical education, adult vocational and academy programs to include regional expansion, program development, internships, externships, and increased enrollment retention rates. Part of this is when I met with Career Tech Ed and our academies and our magnet programs teams to talk about our current programs and what we have, we did an amazing job with initial planning, and what many of them shared in the meeting was that there wasn't a long-term vision and a long-term plan, that there was a 3 to 5 year plan, and that we haven't really backfilled it since that time. So how do we move and progress and continue to grow and expand this? How do we create and replicate true academy models in our high schools? And that's going to be a work in progress over the next few years. So that's goal number 5, whole child, and that concludes all 5 of our goal areas. Any questions about whole child? Was that fast enough, Ms. Wyatt?
I'm just giggling because you told me this would only take you 15 minutes total, so
Yeah, well.
I'm impressed.
How long did it take? Who's keeping the clock on that one? It's the examples. Had I just read them, it wouldn't have been a problem.
No, I greatly appreciate your depth, and just having kind of these are all of the things broken down is really helpful for us to see, I think, at least as one board member speaking.
And I don't know that the board's ever seen this before. Maybe you have. It's just when I looked at our strategic plan, again, the whole goal here now is I know what our academic outcomes need to be. How do I create a system that continues to evolve and move forward and empowers my team? And a lot of the work that they're already doing this year is captured here because this is part of this year. And I'm proud of the shift that we're having, but it's some of these are not as easy as they seem. Some of them are very straightforward and easy to complete, but others will take a great deal of time and effort over the next few years. So, Ms. Fields.
I don't expect an answer today, but I would appreciate you directing me to the strategies that tie into diversity and making sure that we have a reflection of our students in all of our positions. So if you can direct that to me, not right now, but
Yeah, that
later.
should have been in goal number 2, developing great teachers and leaders. If I somehow missed that.
I'm not saying that you did, I'm just,
And I may have, but there were at least 4 initiatives there that spoke directly to that, because part of that was Mr. Hill working to completely revamp our leadership pipeline, interviewing current candidates. But let me confirm that.
and I'll
send
go
that
back and
to
look
you.
as
Yes, ma'am.
well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, there was a great level of intentionality put into that goal in particular.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Madam Chair, the last one is year in review. So you received this. I had the team make sure they went through it. But I think it's important to highlight some of the things we accomplished last year as we talk about strategic planning moving forward. Again, I'm not going to cover all of them. I think it's important just to highlight a few. So under human resources and human capital, I think one of the greatest things that we've addressed, and we're still dealing with it, is reviewing all of the job descriptions and realigning them. I think there's a lot to be celebrated in the fact that we successfully negotiated 2 contracts in less than 12 months with 3 collective bargaining units, the NUG group included. And I think that that's a huge testament to the team and a shift in how we're approaching these types of negotiations. And for the staff, to see rapid succession of those contracts being negotiated and in the totality giving each employee more than 4% raise in less than a year, again, 2% in one, 2% in another, at a minimum 4%. I think that's quite commendable on behalf of the team. And for those people out there who don't think that reviewing job descriptions and responsibilities and their associated pay grades, I would encourage you to talk to Mr. Pitts and Mr. Warren, because that is not an easy task in a district this large with as many job descriptions as we have. But it was done, and it's still being done. And we continue to address issues as they come to us. If we miss something, we tried to be as comprehensive as possible, but we're still finding situations where, as a result of pay raises, we now have some disproportionality, but much to Mr. Pitts and Ms. Jenkins and the team's credit, they continue to find solutions there. Under fiscal management and operations, again, we listed the contract there. We eliminated contracted services to save us a little bit, just over $2 million. We reissued a bond debt, so we saved $240,000 a year in interest as a result. We did open 3 new schools for the 21-22 school year: Davenport High, Willow Oak, and Belliceta, using a combination of internal capital funds and also impact fees. I tell you, there is no tougher negotiator on the planet than Miss Angela Usher when it comes to impact fees and how to best utilize them to support our school construction projects. And so I'm quite impressed by her and her team. Piloting a vehicle lease-to-own program that will result in significant cost savings for us. We're replacing or refurbishing our fleet, but at the same time, within 2 to 3 years, we'll be able to sell those vehicles back and actually make money off the process. So kudos to Mr. Davis for being willing to explore that option. We're piloting that now. We finished the fund year with a total fund balance of $114 million, almost $115 million. The district received an unmodified opinion for the 1920 financial audit performed by the State of Florida Auditor General. Only 2 significant deficiencies were identified, both of which have been corrected. So we're operating at a higher level, and kudos to the team for their work. Academics, we implemented the response to data process. We revised instructional rounding for targeted schools, conducted a program evaluation on all reading and mathematic core instructional materials and supplements, successfully applied for large competitive grants that provided funding for one-to-one initiative for students beginning in the year 22-23. That was a $28 million grant, if you recall. We began expanding academies and high-interest programs for increased accessibility. Restructuring of art and music staffing in elementary schools to provide more equitable access to the arts. We redesigned the school support tracker to include each school's SIP to provide support in targeted areas. Created a master scheduling document that includes student profiles for courses to ensure student success by enrolling students in the correct courses. We created a bi-monthly principal and assistant principals meetings that focuses on instructional leadership development, capacity development. The feedback from those has been absolutely exceptional. I'd be surprised if many of you haven't heard that. Professional development on the best standards for ELA and mathematics for instructional leaders and school-based coaches is ongoing. And we hosted master scheduling review sessions for school leadership teams to meet with the Division of Schools and Teaching and Learning about scheduling for the upcoming school year to ensure that we had adequate staffing in our schools and that we were maximizing our scheduling options on our campuses. There's a list of additional achievements. We were named to Forbes 2022 list of America's Best Employers for Women. Polk County Public Schools ranked 58th on the national list, which identifies companies that support women inside and outside their workforces. We were also featured on Forbes' list of America's Best Employers for Diversity at number 390. We hosted a superintendent community conversations and outreach tour featuring 7 interactive town hall forums with stakeholders throughout Polk County. We will be revisiting that in the near future. We conducted the portrait of a graduate surveys to get input on the district's new strategic plan. We entered the world of competitive video gaming with the inaugural season of PCPS Esports. 2022 was the first year Polk County Public Schools participated in high school pre-apprenticeship programs with the Academies of Construction Technology ACT program. 8 students from Fort Meade Middle Senior High, Bartow High School, and Lake Region High School participated in the summer program. In the 21-22 school year, Polk County students earned 3,182 industry certifications, which generated $1.6 million in CAPE funding for Polk County Public Schools classrooms. This year, our public schools received a career dual enrollment grant worth $675,000. Monies from that grant are being created to provide more dual enrollment opportunities for students across our school district. And then very recently, I sent the board an update on this today, Both Ridge Technical and Travis Technical Colleges were awarded $1.4 million in grant funding due to the success of their medical programs. It was one of the largest distributions across the state. Orange County received just under $600,000, Hillsborough County received just over $800,000, and Pinellas County received $1.1 million. Again, we received $1.4. Very proud of all the work that's being done and the grants that are still outstanding. Many of you know those, and we're waiting to hear some positive feedback from the federal government based off our amendments, and that is for me, I think that's an accomplishment, and that's a good year in review. So thank you for the support, and thank you to the team who's behind me, who I try and push out ahead of me as often as I can, and you oftentimes hear me use people's names because they deserve the credit, because they're the ones doing the work. So thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes today's workshop agenda, unless there are any questions about the year in review. Ms. Cunningham, that's 3 times in a row.
That's 3 times in a row, okay.
I'm going to jinx it somehow.
Hopefully not. I just want to say with your, wow, what a synopsis for a year in review. It's truly been an amazing year, and I just want to thank you, Superintendent Hyde, and your team. You have put together an incredible team of leaders during our district here to be able to move us forward. And you've set us up and positioned us that we are going to see great things in the coming 12 months and beyond. And this is absolutely amazing for a 1 year in review. And I know you kind of sped through this, but each of these bulleted items needs to be celebrated, because that's a lot of work, that's a lot of time behind the scenes, both for you and staff. You know, keeping in mind, we still have to run a school district, and yet here we are putting these types of plans and initiatives over this past year to take our students to the next level. I'm so happy, so proud. It's a great day in Polk County Public Schools, and I just want to say thank you for a great year in review. Thank you for taking the time to outline it while we all see different facets of it throughout the year, to put it all together on several sheets of paper, and it's kind of like a wow. So this is amazing. Appreciate all your hard work, your dedication, and I look forward to just wonderful things continuing to happen. So appreciate your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Allen?
Oh, man, thank you, Ms. Cunningham. You summarized it so well. I don't know what the cabinet's feeling at this point, but you, Superintendent Hyde, if there was like this, but man, you look at all the initiatives and the strategic plan, and man, there's just so much purposeful work in what you're doing. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Superintendent Hyde, thanks for captaining the ship. It's a phrase that I'm using. I mean, I don't even know how we wrap this, but what's fun is it's almost like a roller coaster, right? And I'm thinking of a roller coaster and all these crazy turns, and within just a short period of time that you've been at the helm, and for me as a board member sitting here. But this really, these are those touch points. I'm like, oh man, I remember that turn, or oh, I remember at the top of that. Oh, I remember coming down that. Whoa, yeah. So this really took us on a nice sense of memory over this short period of time, and the massive accomplishment and what we're doing for the betterment of our students. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Hyde. I am glad to hear that you are not at all competitive, because we've got some great things happening in Polk County. Going to the agenda for this evening. Before we go over the agenda, we spoke before the meeting, and there's one item that we've gotten some updated information on. That would you mind going over that with kind of what the options are moving forward?
Yes, ma'am. The board received an unsolicited proposal on a land acquisition. So just to summarize for the board essentially has 3 options, and I'll of course defer to Mr. Bridges, who serves as your official legal counsel, but as your superintendent, I see 3 options before the board. The board can take action on the item that's already on the agenda this evening. There is a discovery period that we still have protection. You can walk away from that land deal if we were to find a discrepancy or an issue with that parcel. I believe it's 90 days, if I recall correctly. The second option is to table the adoption or the motion this evening for that parcel while you review and the team reviews the unsolicited proposal. The third option is to ignore the unsolicited proposal and take action on the item that's on the agenda currently. But those are the three options as I see it before the board. Mr. Bridges and I had we had an email exchange this morning. It's a rarity for us to receive an unsolicited proposal. The reasoning behind this was not a publicly listed parcel. And so when they became aware that we were looking, this was a parcel we had looked at previously, we had shied away from, we had gone in a different direction, and so that, I believe that's why it's resurfacing. It has resulted in a high level of competition between the two parties that quite honestly, the board, I think, has at least an obligation to review the proposal just simply from the standpoint of how do we provide the best ROI for our stakeholders. So, Mr. Bridges, I don't know if I crossed any lines there, but please feel free to correct me and or amend.
Yeah, I think we'll want to look carefully at the documents that were before us this evening and make sure that we have the opportunity during that due diligence period to back away from the deal before we sign that. And I'll be happy to do that at the break.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Superintendent Hyde. I have some comments, if this is the appropriate time, just quickly. Looking at the deal and living out there, not very far from the site at Hatchnahaw Road, correct? That's what we're talking about? Okay. And having some discussions, I, having reviewed this information, feel that we really need to do our due diligence on both. I personally cannot support going into the meeting tonight and looking at just one option when there are in fact two. I'm not saying either way. I think our staff needs to do, I know we've done due diligence on the one, because that's why it's on the agenda. I would like to see us do diligence on the second and analyze it in detail, because there could be a financial incentive to do so, because the land, while it's only not far away, is much higher, drier. I mean, I could go on and on. So, but I'm not your staff. So I just would like to ask, and I don't know if we can do it here, we usually can, to pull that item from the agenda this evening. Of course, that has to be concurrent with board members, because I really think staff needs to look at both, analyze it, and then at the next meeting, come back with a recommendation.
Mr. Bridges, a procedural question, if I may. Is it best to amend the agenda prior to the meeting or have a motion made to defer and table the discussion or vote on that item during
I'd
the
suggest we
meeting?
wait till the meeting and have the opportunity to review these documents with those questions in mind. Because two things. Number one, if there's a time certain on it and it doesn't get done tonight, that may affect our ability to enter into the deal at all. But I also want to look at it and see if the language is there, that if the deal is, this is a contract unless there's a title defect or something that's disclosed.
But if not amended now and removed, stricken, the board members would have the option to make a motion to table that item, correct?
Absolutely, and you can remove it from they can vote to table it, or you can pull it from the agenda at any time during the meeting.
Okay.
For cause.
Are you comfortable with that, Ms. Cunningham?
Well, but what I don't understand is why would we not want, we've always done that even ahead of time, to remove it because there's new information and data that has surfaced.
If it is clear that the board does not wish to vote on that tonight,
Okay.
then we can remove it from the agenda. My concern, and once again, I was not involved in the negotiation, is there an expectation that there's going to be a vote tonight? And if there is not a vote tonight, does that impact the deal in any way?
So will someone give us that information then before the meeting?
Yeah, that's
Ms.
That's
Sasha?
what, yes? Hi. Yes. Hi, Mr. Wilson.
And I apologize, Ms. Wilson, I didn't realize you were in the audience.
We appreciate your expertise as always.
Thank you. The way I look at it, you have two good proposals before you. The contract that's on the agenda tonight simply gives staff and our consultants at least 45 days to look at it and analyze it, and we can walk away for no reason at all at any time during that period. So it seems like, to me, you want the opportunity to analyze the two proposals and look at them.
Yes.
And what you're acting on tonight simply provides that to you. There's no obligation to go through on the contract that's before you tonight, if you choose not to, after 45 days, and that could probably be extended if we needed to.
So what's the benefit then of voting on it if we're doing due diligence on both
Well,
simultaneously?
It ties it up.
With
We
that
know
other-
what the deal is.
Okay, got it.
So
I got it.
all you're doing is locking in this deal while,
The other's being explored.
well, they're both going to need to be explored.
Right.
See, with this, we have to analyze, get consultants to analyze the site and what it's going to take to build there, if that's what we want to do. So both proposals need to be analyzed and evaluated. And then at some point, the superintendent or the staff can come back to you and make a recommendation, and y'all decide.
Ms. Fields?
Well, I have a couple of questions. I wanted to know, how long have we been having conversation with the unsolicited proposal folks about this proposal? And I did not receive it until the weekend. And so having the ability to thoroughly look at it, I did read it. And I guess my question is, and it might be a hypothetical question and maybe not really wanting to answer, are we now going to be going towards unsolicited proposals as a way of doing business? Like I said, I don't know that I need an answer. I think it's just a question.
The statute allows for unsolicited proposals
I read
to
that.
come before the board. There has not been an ongoing protracted conversation with the party. They provided clarification. Again, this was a privately held parcel of land. We had looked at it previously. We had declined the property at that time for several reasons. In this case, it was not initially the adequate size that we were looking for, at least 100 acres, because our interest and our intent was to build both a high school and a middle school campus. That parcel was 60 acres. Their parcel has grown, and it's now over 100 acres, and it would be a viable property. The questions, they raised several concerns that they felt that would make their property more suitable. At that time, they were told they could submit a proposal because it had not been presented to the board, and that proposal should be their best and final. And based off my conversations with them when I was contacted, I said it needs to include all the remediation, because that's the same thing that we've been afforded through this group, and that we would not consider that without that. So that was the extent of our conversations with them. They have highlighted for you, no one received this outside of the board in the same timeline. We've all received it. I received a notebook today. Mr. Bridges was apprised of this morning, and I know Mr. Pitts and I had brief conversation with the party. And so again, I believe, in good conscience, the board has an obligation to provide the best ROI to its taxpayers. And so if that means that doing further due diligence on both parcels is what's needed, and adequate time is needed, then so be it. The board should act in that manner. The board can, as Don shared, can actually take action on the item before you. You go into your diligence period. You can walk away from the property at any given time, no harm, no foul. The question that was asked by Ms. Cunningham, and I don't know if I heard the answer, but are we on the clock? That if they don't act tonight, does this deal disappear, Don?
We don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, likely not, but I don't know of any reason not to act tonight if we can lock it down. I have not, of course, seen the other proposal, but are the financial details part of it?
I believe they are. I have not looked at it.
We met with the people last week, and there's no financial information. We don't know what the cost is going to be. And so that's one of the things that would be evaluated during this process.
What do you mean what the cost is going to be? I don't understand what you're saying. Which proposal are you speaking
Again, I
of?
haven't seen, my understanding from our meeting last week with them was that they're going to build the school and more or less lease it back to us.
The second party, Ms. Fields.
The second, yeah, the ones
That's
that,
115 million,
the
isn't
schools
it?
of tomorrow.
Again, I received it this morning at about 11 o'clock, so I have not had the opportunity to look at it. Ms. Miller?
I just have two questions. First of all, and this is something that can be explained at another time, but when we don't put it out publicly, we're going to continue to receive these. Like, I'm not sure how that process works so that everybody feels like they have a chance. That was the only feedback that I received. Nobody knew. So I'd like to look at how we do that process. Maybe it is publicly and we're not sharing where that's public. One. Two, in the past, we've always been a little cautious of putting things under contract for that time of due diligence based on holding them up. So I think we need to consider both of those. But I agree with Ms. Cunningham and Wes and our friend about making sure that we do our, our proper due diligence as board members if this has been presented, and how the best way to do that is what I'm looking for.
Well, I don't know about the unsolicited options. I mean, I don't know about that.
Okay.
But the fact is, all I think you're being asked to do tonight is to lock the seller on the eastern site into a contract, so we know what the purchase price is and the details of the transaction. And then facilities can hire the consultants and do the due diligence, and at the same time, review the other proposal.
Ms. Cunningham?
But normally, it would make sense to look at both and then make a decision. We're talking 2 weeks till, I forget what the next date of the board meeting is. Now that we have new information that has popped up, why can't we table this item and give staff the opportunity over the next few weeks to review both and come back to us with more detailed information so we can make a really good decision?
It simply locks in the seller
What if-
without locking us up. I mean, people can change your mind.
It's the board's discretion. I mean, if the board, if the majority of you would like to table the item, again, you can either make an official motion and let the motion die tonight by lack of a second, or following, proper procedure, or you can strike it from the agenda now. It's just a matter of consensus amongst the board, what you'd like to see. Back to Ms. Fields' earlier question, no, it's not a matter of how this is a new way of doing work or a new way of doing business. Just again, to reiterate, so that everyone watching has a full understanding of what took place. We went out and onto the marketplace and looked for advertised parcels of public land. That's how we came across the property that's before the board this evening. This property that you received an unsolicited proposal for was a privately held parcel of land. It was never advertised.
Sure.
So I think this kind of gets back to what Ms. Miller just asked, is when we're looking for a parcel, how do we advertise that? I don't know that we do. I think we do it quietly through our group and look at different realtors and who owns land, but Ms. Usher or Don can speak to that further. But at the end of the day, that's why you received an unsolicited proposal, because they feel that they have a better parcel. If that's their feeling, there's nothing that prohibits them from being able to submit an unsolicited proposal. I will tell you that as a result of this, there is a competition that has been spurred. And so both sides are trying to make this the best possible solution for the district to consider. And part of that, for example, Ms. Cunningham, as you spoke to earlier, in the first parcel, one of the concerns that was outlined was the topography, and that a lot of fill dirt would have to be brought in. Well, the first group has come back and said they'll do the fill dirt at their cost. And so it is, I will tell you, competition drives drives a better price point for us. So the board, can either table it now or make a motion during the meeting.
As a practical matter, you're not going to be comparing apples and oranges.
Correct.
The contract you have today is a contract to sell and purchase a parcel for a set amount. We have not seen, I have not had opportunity to review the new proposal yet, but my understanding of the concept is that's a single price. They come and they say, we'll do anything, we're going to bring you a facility on a piece of property, and you'll pay us whatever the agreed rate is to lease the property. So those are two different things, and we'll have to look at that. I was just reviewing the due diligence language in the commercial contract, and I believe Mr. Wilson is correct, that if you were to approve this tonight, you have 45 days within the effective date, which is when the signed copy would be delivered to the parties, to determine whether the property is suitable in buyer's sole and absolute discretion. So within that would be 45 days, you have the property locked up. It can't be purchased out from under you.
Is there a cost incurring in that 45 days? No. What you're going to do?
There was a deposit made, but I believe correct me if
It'd be
I'm wrong, the
refundable.
deposit is refundable.
Fully refundable.
If the contract is canceled during the due diligence period for any reason.
It's effectively an option.
Yeah.
Ms. Fields and then Ms. Wyatt, sorry.
Mr. Hyde, what is your recommendation?
Well, the only thing I would say is, again, what I've said earlier. I think the board and myself have an obligation to our taxpayers to do our due diligence. You have two paths to do that. So I don't support option 3, which is what I shared with you. Take action on the one before you and exclude the new submission. The board has two options now. You can either table the discussion by virtue of reaching consensus here, or by making a motion during the board meeting to table it until we can perform our due diligence on this submission that literally came in today. Well, really, that's the vote before the board. That's your option. I think when you look at your taxpayer base, we need and we have an obligation to buy the best piece of parcel of land that will have the lowest cost for us to build 2 new schools. We desperately need property in that location. That's not even open for debate. And the sooner we can settle this matter, the better off we are, because the timeline for construction, in particular for a high school, is quite lengthy. And as much as I would love to say this school will be open for 24-25 or 23-24, that's not going to happen. We're looking at 25-26 at the earliest. So it does need to move somewhat expeditiously. You can take action tonight on the current one, right? Enter your due diligence period for the 45 days, walk away from it without any issue that allows our team to do its due diligence on the proposal that was dropped off. Or you can table it altogether and say, bring them both back, Mr. Hyde, with a final recommendation. So I feel uncomfortable making a recommendation to the board as to what path you should pursue. I'm simply saying, as a board member and as a superintendent, we have an obligation to our taxpayers to consider all options and make sure we're making the best possible financial decision moving forward.
I understand that. I know that at the end of the day, it's a decision that we have to make as a board. And I understand that we need to do our due diligence and make sure that we are utilizing our tax dollars wisely. And I heard Mr. Wilson basically say that if we were to approve the purchase of the property tonight, we have 45 days to renege on that, is what I heard.
Correct.
That's correct.
And this is a way for us to make sure that we secure for 45 days the property, and then have time to do all of the vetting and everything else. So that is what I am willing to do as a board member.
Ms. Wyatt?
Does it have to come back to us in that 45 days due diligent period? Because our next voting board meeting's 49 days from now.
I believe once you've signed it, it's yours unless you elect to walk away during that 45 days.
I mean, we have 2 work
Then
sessions that we
we'd have
could
to have a
add
closing.
an emergency meeting to if needed, but.
I'm confident, and I see Mr. Baxter in the back of the room, that we can get a short extension of that due diligence period, if that's what the board approves. It shouldn't come back before you until you have another meeting.
Okay, just with the September, with having to do the
Yeah.
early meeting for budget in September, we end up with a long period. between voting board meetings. Lori?
Thank you. So with that being said, I would like to see if we could come to consensus right now that we table the item and give staff the opportunity to review both proposals, to come back to us in the timeline. I hate to put a number, 45 days, 49 days, but Ms. Wyatt presented the fact that we're not meeting again. So time's going to tick. I just think we need to allow staff the time to do their due diligence on both proposals and come back to us with both information where we have time to review them, because as Superintendent Hyde has said, and we all feel the same way, we're elected officials, we want to get the best return on our investment, and that's a fast-growing area, and yes, we need to move forward. But I want to move forward with the right piece of land, for the right price. And I don't know that sitting here today, because there is a new proposal, and I'd like us to take the time to analyze both, and then may the best piece of property move forward. That's all I'm saying. So how do I do that? You said with
Mr.
consensus.
Bridges, if you could walk them through that process.
Could you,
of a
Mr. Bridges?
consensus.
If you do not wish to act on this tonight,
Yes.
then you can ask the superintendent to pull that item from the meeting
Yes.
to be placed on agenda at a future board meeting.
Do I need
I do not
consensus?
see anything in this language, Mr. Wilson, you may be aware of a conversation
We've always
running in the
done
background. I don't see anything here that required it to be acted upon tonight.
Correct.
Or was,
Well.
but if
until we
they
act on
don't, it's not locked in and it can be sold. So you do, if you do not approve this tonight, you run the risk of losing the opportunity to purchase that property. You will have, there will be no obligation on the seller to hold it for you.
So, Ms. Cunningham, I take it that you are asking the superintendent to pull that item?
I
and you
am.
need-
That's what I asked originally.
Yeah.
Yes, if you could pull the item, you called it table it, whatever verbiage, from the agenda tonight to give our staff the time. It might not be 45 days. They might be able to review it and come back in 10 days and, give us an idea. I'm willing to do whatever, but I don't like voting on one thing when there's another proposal that needs to be looked at.
The
I just-
superintendent can amend the agenda for cause and remove that item.
Do I require consensus amongst the board to do so, or just?
Well, consensus, if it's clear that the members here do not wish to vote on it tonight, you may do it of your own volition, or we can wait till the board meeting and the board can act to direct you to pull it.
Could I ask, starting with Dr. Allen?
Sure.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, I just want to give a little rationale as well. I do feel like we're engaged at this point, and in regards to this property that's on the agenda, and I'm not comfortable saying that I want to get married tonight to that, right? I would say that if I get a chance to walk one of my daughters down the aisle, I'll look them in the eyes and say, hey, we can step away right now. And no, I appreciate the assurance of the 45 days in that. And I was trying to, and my rationale on that is I did get a chance to drive out to the property, and I think it was, did you drive out to the property last time? Who was it that? And I looked at both properties once it was advised and received new information over the weekend. So it did bring a lot of questions. And I was thinking, we were talking about the maintenance plan, for example, just recently. And I'm thinking of like a thermoplastic machine. This is something that stripes, right? If I owned one of those and I wanted to sell that for $12,000, but I was to tell you that it's going to cost me $7,000 to repair it, so you're really going to buy it from me, for $4,000. So I don't know. I had some concerns thinking about the current contract of this item that I would love to be able to work through a little bit more as we do a comparative analysis between the two properties. And I do value the perspective of this is for our taxpayers, and we want the best decision. So at this point, I'm still engaged to this property, but I'm not comfortable marrying the property tonight.
So you support?
So I would
tabling it.
support tabling that, yes.
Ms. Cunningham, I know where you live on this.
Yes, sir, I believe you do.
Ms. Miller?
I'm a little concerned with the timeline because of that next meeting date. That's the only thing that draws concern for me. It goes beyond that. So I think giving the staff time, I'm willing to come back and meet earlier if that's needed. And so I want to be open to that. But if my colleagues want to table it, that's fine. I just want to make sure that, I wish the dates were close. I wish we had more meetings in between time. This is a lot of information at a very small amount of time.
This is a very unusual situation that I have not seen before in 25 years of doing this. And it's arisen very quickly. But is there anyone who would object to amending the agenda to remove that item tonight?
I do have another, in point of discussion on this. Have we had historically, Wes, a situation where we've voted on a piece of property, and you all have way more context, right? That we voted on a piece of property, but yet then within a 45-day period, we pulled back from that. Any precedents at all?
Oh, the initial site that had, we were going to forfeit about 35% of the property to marshland that was unbuildable. And even though we proposed possibly building an environmental academy on that site, we walked away from that property during the due diligence process.
Is there a cost savings? Because what we're going to do in this 45-day time period has an expense, right, Ms. Ushers?
The statute allows for a fee, and the unsolicited proposal, they've acknowledged that there's any fees associated with that they would cover those fees and costs. Did I say that accurately, Ms. Usher? Well, that's what another district is paying.
255 in Florida statutes, that we can accept unsolicited proposal, and there is a fee. Usually it's around $25,000. Our school board has not set that, and that fee is for staff time to review an unsolicited proposal. But also, we have to advertise for 21 days because it was unsolicited, so it doesn't go directly to this company if we decide we want other people to review. So that is a fee. The other one I brought to you all on July 26th in work session. Before I brought that to you, I had our continuing engineer verify the information that was proposed to us, Rodney Gadd, so I could get some information that what they were saying was correct. And he verified that. So that's all information I have.
I would support tabling it, however, with the caveat that we do have 2 work sessions between now and our October board meeting. So if we are able to get information gathered between now and then, that we can add an emergency meeting to one of those to be able to move this forward.
Immediately following the board, the workshop?
Immediately following either of the work
Yes, ma'am.
sessions.
We can do that. I can work with
Thank you, Ms. Wyatt.
Particularly the meeting that goes from 9:30 to 4 o'clock.
Yes.
So then we will, based off, and I know Ms. Fields has expressed her desire to not table it, but right,
45-day window.
okay. Because due to the
If there
45-day
was no
window.
45-day window, then that would be a whole different conversation. But I think that we need to lock in the property at this point.
Noted. Based off that, there's consensus among the board to table that item, so we'll be amending the item for this evening.
And then possibly adding another item to a work session.
I'll look at the second workshop, I believe it's the first workshop in October.
Okay.
And we'll add an emergency meeting immediately following, October 11th.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now.
Almost.
Yes, almost. Now we will review the agenda for this evening. Any questions, section A through B?
Facilities item.
Sorry, does everybody have it pulled up? A through B? opening items and special recognitions. Any questions on C through F? Ms. Fields?
Superintendent Hyde, I would like to have a copy of the job description for the administrative move for Diane Taylor, being moved from a senior director ESE to a school improvement. I can't see the complete title.
We do have that. I can provide that for you this evening. It was provided recently.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
We have provided that, so I'll provide that to you.
Okay, thank
So I
you.
do know that we have it.
That was the question.
Any other questions on C through F? All right, I through K. L through N. O through P. Ms. Fields? N1 Winter Haven Hospital Behavioral Health.
Yes, and I want clarification. Is this in, we are changing the scope of service, if I am looking at this correctly? And if that is correct, I would like to know why.
Ms. Castles, this is your item. Would you please come forward? It's item N1, Winter Haven Hospital. The amendment to the contract for behavioral health.
Could you repeat that, please?
So it's item N1, Winter Haven Hospital. It's the Center for Behavioral Health. So there's an amendment to the contract. The description reads, the amendment with Winter Haven Hospital Incorporated, Center for Behavioral Health will replace Exhibit A to the current contract due to the unrevised scope of services being placed on the original contract. This addendum will also remove the business association agreement as it was submitted separately due to a last-minute revision being requested. All documents will be attached for reference. There is to be no other charges to the contract or contract funding at this time.
Yes, I'm going to have to look into that a little bit further. It's my understanding that Ms. Santos is the one that provided that information, and so I'll look into it a little further and be in touch.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If you'll have that for this evening.
I have that before the board meeting.
Well, we will try.
If not, are we going to pull it?
If we're going to pull it for discussion, yes, ma'am, because that's the only other option. I can't guarantee we're going to get Ms. Santos in the next 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Any other questions N through P?
Yeah.
Right. Q, action item, and we will be pulling Q1. Any questions on Q2 through 4? Right. Any questions on R for the public hearing? Superintendent Hyde, who will be able to speak to the budget for that public hearing item?
Mr. Pitts and Ms. Jenkins will be present.
Awesome.
And they'll be able to provide the summary.
Thank you. And then attorney's report.
Madam Chair, there will be, I think, a third item. I called you this morning. We had some policy revisions on the agenda today, and that needed to be moved to the next meeting. So I'll also ask for authority to advertise public hearing for those policy changes.
Thank you. So we'll have 3 items on your agenda
Yes,
to
ma'am.
vote?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Auditor's report? Thank you. Superintendent's report, I didn't mean to miss you, I just know you have a report.
Yes, ma'am.
So. All right, and then board members' reports and public comments. Any questions on the agenda? Ms. Fields?
Maybe I'm missing it, Superintendent Hyde, for the efficiency audit. Is there a cost? Is there a budget impact sheet for that, financial sheet for that?
Yes, ma'am. It was less than $250,000.
Is
And
it
partial.
attached to the agenda? I don't see it.
I will get that attached.
What
I
is the
thought it was.
cost?
I apologize. I think it's 247,000, if I recall correctly. And then there are some private contributions that will help offset that cost to the tune of 25,000. We are working to procure additional donated funds to reduce that cost even further.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry, I said thank you. I didn't mean to. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, anything else anyone has for the work session? Any updates from your committees? Okay, we will adjourn this meeting, and I will ask that we start at 5:10 for our meeting. That way we can all have a quick restroom break.